What up, family? What's good? It's been a minute. Been a long time. Been a long time, but I'm here. It's good to see y'all. For real, for real. Yo, it's been too long, man. I'm gonna start off with some music. You know how I do. Trying to get it going and hit you back.
Hey, you went flying in the skirt. Hey, you went drive around the world. Hey, you went brown like squirrel. Hey, you went shaking down pearls. Hey, you went Rolls Royce car. Hey, you went Rolls Royce truck. Oh, you want water all my home. Oh, you want to line it all up. Hey, I'm gonna play it how it is. Hey, I've been playing for some years. Hey, you trying to steal all the spill. Hey, I'm in the field, I'm in the field. Hey, you want to spill in the spill. Hey, you not real, these seals. Rolls Royce still on the field. Yeah. Oh, you want top off. Oh, you want big stones. Oh, you took a little roller off. Oh, you want big stones. Oh, you want two extra pills. Oh, you want ringtones. Oh, you want train on that bitch. Oh, you want D-Dog. Oh, you want kingpin. Oh, you want wings in it. Oh, you want hands on. Oh, you want seeing it. Oh, you want demon. She not a demon. Yeah. Oh, you want king. Yeah. That extreme. Yeah. Hey, you want blind bitch skirt. Hey, you want drive around the world. Hey, you went brown like squirrel. Hey, you sitting down girls. Hey, you went Rolls Royce car. Hey, you went Rolls Royce truck. Oh, you want water all my home. Oh, you want to line it all up. Hey, I'm gonna play it how it is. Hey, I've been playing for some years. Hey, you trying to steal all the spill. Hey, I'm in the field, I'm in the field. Hey, you want to spill in the spill. Hey, you not real niggas is. Rolls Royce still on the field. Yo, look. Six guy, he a visionary. I'm the definition like the dictionary. Baby, turn around, forget a missionary. If they pull up on me with some bad intentions, you go read about it in obituary. I got more soldiers in the military. I got more stones in the cemetery. I got more strings in y'all in February. It's getting hard to put a price on the show. Can't even figure them out now. But nigga really try to jam me. Get jammed first like a countdown. I thank God for that flight straight from the last side going southbound. They say that life's about balance, baby, and the balance is in my account now. Okay, she got a pregnant and birth. I got her twerking in church. She probably let both of us hit the way that she's working in dirt. She getting cake on the picture she take. I say, girl, if it working, it work. On my way to church, I'm trying to market it. Hey, you went blind in the skirt. Hey, you went drive around the world. Hey, you went brown like squirrel. Hey, you went shitting down pearls. Hey, you went Rolls Royce car. Hey, you went Rolls Royce truck. Oh, you want water all my home. Oh, you want to line it all up. Hey, I'm gonna play it how it is. Hey, I've been playing for some years. Hey, you trying to steal all the spill. Hey, I'm in the field, I'm in the field. Hey, you want to spill in the spill. Hey, you not real niggas is. Rolls Royce still on the field. Yeah.
Hey, what up, y'all? Shit, man. Just had to turn y'all up for a second on that Young Thug. Man, I've been doing great. I hope y'all have. I be taking sabbaticals, man. It's all good. Kind of wanted to address some things right quick. Since I last went live, a whole lot has been going on. Now, y'all know on the music side, I put content on my page, but when I actually sit down and deal with family, I haven't done that in a while. I think since September 25th. So I felt like it was long overdue. And y'all know me, it's always a method to the madness. So the reason why I was riding that Young Thug wave is because I found this right here to be quite interesting. And I wanted to see what y'all thought about it. This is under the Fair Use Act, y'all, Section 107. Can y'all see that? Who is that? If y'all don't know who that is, family, that's Young Thug. And that's Young Thug meeting with the rabbi. Look at this. Look at that. That's Young Thug, y'all. So I just want to welcome y'all. Thank y'all for coming through. We just gonna chop it up, and I'm gonna get on out y'all way. But that's why I started off the show like that. Like I started off with Young Thug to kind of segue to kind of what I wanted to talk about, which is why is Young Thug meeting with a rabbi and apologizing? Hmm. Well, you might say, Mr. Lister, that's a fair question. Well, let me ask you this. Could it be the same reason why another person met with a rabbi like 12 days ago? Hmm? You're going to find out. Check this out. This is also under the Fair Use Act. Okay? So check it out.
Well, also, someone would think
That's the same rabbi. Who is that, family? Who that? This dude said, "Come and take accountability to the rabbis." Time out. Yo, Kanye West doing bad, yo. Kanye West want his family. Kanye West want his bread back. Kanye West want his life back. But he can't. Because if he want everything he lost, he got to retract everything he said. He got to retract everything he said. So think about that. Now you got to make a decision. And here's the decision. The middleman right there. Y'all notice when I showed the Young Thug meeting with the rabbi, the same middleman had to come in and translate. Let me also show you something. Because these ain't the only two that got to meet with rabbis in that field. You know what I mean? I'm setting y'all up for this small head talk. Don't worry. Who this? Hold on. Excuse me, y'all. Press the back button. Okay, who this? Who that? That's the same rabbi, y'all. Look at that. I just showed y'all 3 examples. And not only that, that's your boy in the back. You know he always got to have a middleman. There he is again. Look at that. So that's 3 figures I just showed you. LeBron James, Young Thug, and Kanye West met this same rabbi. And I know we don't care, but maybe I can start to get you to care. See, this thing is far beyond us when we was born. This thing go way back. I'm gonna show y'all something. I just want to say happy Wednesday to everybody. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be before you long, family. I promise. It's been a while. You know what I'm saying? I just felt, I just wanted to pop my shit a little bit. So check this out, y'all. I thought this was interesting. Again, this is under the Fair Use Act 107. I got it pinned in the description below also.
If we said it's background check, you have to verify the use, so you know you're looking for someone. If there were chariots found in the Red Sea, it would probably have something to do with the crossing of the sea.
There is a battlefield at the bottom of the Red Sea. We're not talking about a single shipwreck. We're talking about an entire Egyptian army. A recent high-tech dive has just uncovered what amateur explorers have claimed for years. Hundreds of chariot wheels, horse skeletons, and human remains perfectly preserved in coral.
Is there any physical evidence on the seabed? Yes, there is. And we have some examples. Skeletons of humans, skeleton parts of horses and bulls, chariot wheels.
This finding doesn't just support an ancient story, it threatens to rewrite it. And get this, Egyptologists are completely silent. The implications of this find are staggering, and the story behind it is even crazier. The $10 million secret. So here's the deal. In late 2024, a small, highly secretive team of divers, engineers, and underwater archaeologists launched a private expedition. This wasn't a university-funded project you read about in a boring journal. This was a quiet, covert operation funded by private backers to the tune of over $10 million. They were equipped with technology that most archaeological teams can only dream of. Advanced side-scan sonar, military-grade remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, with high-definition 4K cameras and hypersensitive magnetometers. They weren't just looking for old pots or a stray anchor, they were looking for something specific. Something that mainstream science insisted did not exist. They were looking for the lost army of the Pharaoh. For decades, rumors and
they were looking for the lost army of the Pharaoh, and they were looking at it. They were looking for it in the bottom of the Red Sea. We're talking about private investors that invested over $10 million worth of equipment. For what? A Bible story? No other validity but the Dead Sea Scrolls. And they spent all that money. No university funded it. These was all private investors to validate the Bible. Now we're talking about they're looking for the Egyptian lost army that coincides with Exodus in the Jews' Exodus out of Egypt from slavery, right? I'll rewind it. Oh yeah, you're gonna see why I kept showing you the rabbi. It's gonna make sense. But check it out. I just wanna so you can hear what he's saying.
something that mainstream science insisted did not exist.
Boom.
They were looking for
something that's mainstream scientists claimed that didn't exist. Private investors, because they couldn't find no other funding. The government not going to invest because they fund the scientists, and the scientists are discrediting the Bible, where you have other private investors went another route. And guess what? Check it out.
with high-definition 4K cameras and hypersensitive magnetometers. They weren't just looking for old pots or a stray anchor. They were looking for something specific, something that mainstream science insisted did not exist. They were looking for the lost army of the Pharaoh. For decades, rumors and amateur reports had pointed to a very specific spot in the Red Sea's Gulf of Aqaba. The stories, often dismissed as fantasy, told of coral-encrusted chariot wheels, scattered bones, and the physical remnants of the Egyptian army from the biblical Exodus. For just as long, mainstream Egyptology and archaeology had laughed off these claims. They called it pseudoscience, a religious hoax, and wishful thinking. But this new team had a map. It was a map based on those old, ridiculed claims, and they had the technology to see what no one else could, or perhaps what no one else wanted to see. They started their search in a wide grid, For days, the sonar pulsed into the deep, scanning the seabed. Then the sonar
Hold
operator
on,
saw
y'all.
strange, symmetrical.
What's up, y'all? I am back. I'm gonna show y'all why I was so weirdly interrupted. Check this out.
Just observed through a camera. Elite deep sea divers, many of them ex-military, prepared for a difficult and dangerous dive. As they descended into the silent deep, the sheer scale of the cataclysm became terrifyingly clear. This was not a single shipwreck. This was a military catastrophe, frozen in time. The sea floor was a war zone. It was littered with the remains of a fleeing or perhaps charging army. They saw wheels with 4 spokes, 6 spokes, and even 8 spokes.
Interesting. So let's break that down. They see chariot wheels, 6 spokes, 8 spokes, 4 spokes. Human remains in the bottom of the ocean as if time stood still. And what's crazy, these archaeological finds are perfectly preserved because of the salt.
Factor. Why? Because these specific designs match perfectly the different types of chariots used by the Egyptian army during the New Kingdom period. The 4-spoked wheels were older, but the 6 and 8-spoked wheels were the new, high-tech, stable designs used by elite warriors and the pharaoh himself. Finding them all jumbled together was a snapshot of the entire Egyptian chariot corps. But it wasn't just wheels. They found twisted metal fragments that looked like axles. They found what appeared to be the tangled rectangular remains of the chariot calves themselves, now just piles of corroded bronze and petrified wood, all fused to the seafloor by centuries of relentless coral growth.
Wow.
What most people don't realize is that the divers reported an overwhelming, eerie feeling of dread. They were swimming through an underwater graveyard, and then they found the bones. Tangled within the chariot debris, just as the old reports had claimed, were bone shards. Hundreds, possibly thousands of them. Some were clearly animal, the skulls, ribs, and femurs of horses, exactly where they would be if they were still harnessed to the chariot.
Time out.
But others were
Man, you got horses, Egyptian horses, Egyptian chariots under the bottom of the Red Sea, frozen in time. Something that scientists and the government wouldn't even fund, so they had to bring in private investors to validate the Bible. But scientists refuted. That is the exact reason why I played you the rabbis. And I want to show you. These are just the 3 that I know about. You know? We're going to go to them. Here you go. The first one. Kanye West. It's Kanye West apologizing to the rabbi, the Jews. Yo, my boy Cap. Oh, time out. Hey, brother. Mr. Hope all is well. Nice performance. Peace and blessings. Thank you, Cap. I appreciate that, fam. Man, I appreciate you stopping through, man. And I also like your avatar, man. That's cool. Yeah, man. Shoot, I'm just showing the significance of what is actually going on in the culture behind the scenes, but it's masked and it's called Jews. So I wanted to break down specifically why are these pulverizing figures all having to apologize and meet this one rabbi. We talking about your Kanye Wests of the world. We talking about your Young Thugs of the world. We talking about your LeBron James. LeBron James' first game back was yesterday. That nigga ain't even been playing all season, quote unquote, an injury that happened in practice. Everybody had to meet this rabbi. If you want your life back, if you want to play ball, this the person you go holler at. Check it out.
I feel really blessed to be able to sit here with you.
My boy say he feel blessed.
Accountability.
Ready to take accountability.
You know, I was dealing with
Kanye West, look at this shit.
Issues. With bipolar also.
That nigga said he bipolar.
So it take the ideas I had and having taken to an extreme.
Look at him. Look at him crying. Please give my Adidas deal back.
So,
look at the buff in the middle. Hold on, time out. The rabbi don't even know what the fuck he's saying. He just holding his hand like he the Pope. And I told y'all, if you look at my videos, if you check out a few lives, I keep expressing that there's a Pope that that run the Catholic Church, and then there's a black Pope, which are the Jesuits that run the financial side of the church. You got your Jesuits and you got your Catholics. This is a Jesuit. Okay? Everybody got to meet this dude. This the black Pope right here. You never met him. Nobody ever brought him. He's starting to catch the light now. Starting to catch the camera. So check him out.
Talking more about the bipolar and the cause, or what causes it, and the way you act when you have this disease.
Look at that shit.
So
this dude blaming what he said on his disease, bipolar disease.
And the kids, when they mess up the kitchen and mess up the garage and mess up the living room, and you get back, it's your responsibility because that's your job.
That's bullshit, bro. I can't listen. And guess what else? Guess who else had to play ball? Look at that. That's Young Thug. That's Young Thug. That's Young Thug, y'all. You know, Young Thug ignorant ass don't know what the fuck is going on. Why is he even there? Somebody told his ass, hey man, you want your life back, it's the person you gotta holler at. He don't even understand what's going on, bro. Look at this shit. The dude shaking his head. The dude don't know no Young Thug. Oh, it ain't just him. It ain't just him. Who that? Who that, y'all? Y'all don't know who that is. I can't help it. That's the same rabbi. Who that tall ass nigga? Yeah, that's your boy. LBJ, LeBron James. Get out of here, man. And everybody looking at him crazy. So what I'm trying to tell you is there's one common denominator here. You have three public figures, celebrities, all meeting one Jew, small head, which lets me know the significance of the Jewish people and their influence on the country, dealing with finances, dealing with law, okay, in dealing with now politics. You know? So now that we kind of can see the significance of the Jewish role in this country, now we have some ammunition for when we go back and kind of see the significance of the Jewish people. And that's why I wanted to start with the archaeological evidence here.
Unmistakably human. Spines, pelvic bones, and fragments of
These
skulls
are
all mixed
findings
together in a chaotic,
in the
terrible
Red
combine.
Sea
This wasn't just
of the
an equipment
lost
dump.
Egyptian
This was the final
army,
watery resting place of hundreds,
supposedly
maybe
that
thousands
chased
of
Moses
elite
into the
soldiers and
Red
their
Sea,
animals
y'all.
who all perished
They
in a
found
single
evidence that the
sudden
shit
and
is real.
violent event. The crazy part? One of the divers sweeping a high-powered light over a mound of coral caught a faint, unnatural glimmer. Beneath the crust, something was shining, a dull, unmistakable golden sheen.
Oh,
This
shit.
matched the most incredible, most dismissed claim of all, that among the army's wreckage was a single gold-plated chariot wheel, perhaps belonging to a high-ranking general or even the pharaoh. They couldn't touch it. The coral had locked it in place. To try and remove it would be to destroy it. The team documented everything.
So that's all I wanted. I ain't even gonna get too far in it because there's other shit to talk about. But I want to maybe kind of shed light on the type of people that we were dealing with back then. You cannot relate in any form how people look back then as to where they do now. Okay. First of all, we have to identify which dynasty of Egyptians ruled, okay, the Jewish people. And so, to me, you have to look at the name. Why are Jewish people called Jews? Where did the word Jewish? You ain't a Jew, but you Jewish. Kind of like the show, y'all remember Blackish? So to put the ISH on it, you're discrediting it. You're taking the authenticity out of it. It's not red, it's reddish. You get what I'm saying? It's not blue, it's blue, it's bluish. What does that mean? Okay, you're taking the value out of something and you're diluting it. As the dope boy said, you stepping on that shit. They put it in the name. Jewish. So where did the word Jew come from? I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked.
The first Jew, Abraham, was called Ivri, which means from the other side, because he came to Israel from the other side of the river. This name stuck because in his faith he was opposing everyone around him. That is, he was on the other side from everyone else ideologically. Because of that, his descendants, who were always professing a faith that was different from the religion of those around them, were also called Ivri. From here came the English word Hebrew. The word Jew comes from Yehudi in Hebrew. And interestingly enough, it is not used anywhere in the five books of Moses. The first mention of
Whoa. So you mean the first 5 books of Moses, which is called the Torah, which is what the Jews swear by. The word Jew ain't even mentioned in their book. Interesting. I'll play it again. I just want to welcome you on your happy Wednesday, man. Happy hump day. Appreciate y'all being here for a little second. Check this out.
The word Jew comes from Yehudi in Hebrew. And interestingly enough, it is not used anywhere in the 5 books of Moses.
Boom.
The first.
That tell me all I need to know right there. That's some made up shit. Jew isn't real. So Jewish isn't real. But let me tell you what is real. Judah. You might ask Mr. Lister, who is Judah? I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked. Commercial that.
Judah
All
was
right.
born to
This is under the Copyright Act. A disclaimer, Section 107, okay? It's also pinned in the description.
Jacob's first wife, in a family filled with rivalry and complicated dynamics. He wasn't the firstborn, but he quickly emerged as a natural leader among his brothers. Unlike his impulsive older brothers, Reuben and Simeon, Judah showed both strength and a measure of wisdom, even when he didn't always make the best choices. When his brothers plotted to kill Joseph, it was Judah who suggested they spare him by selling him to passing traders. This act, although imperfect, marked him as someone who could take charge and, in his own way, act to protect his family's interests.
So,
As the family.
So Judah is one of the sons, or I would say, ain't even gonna go that route. One of the brothers of who? Joseph. And who is Joseph? Joseph was known as the Prince of Egypt. A Hebrew. Mind you, the word Hebrew, okay. Live, okay. Living live. What's up? What's up? No, that's 18. What's good? See, I recognized you. What's good, 18? I hope all is well. But yeah, man, we gotta understand, yo. Judah is one of the tribes of Israel. There are 12, right? Okay. Judah is one of the brothers of Joseph. Okay. These are all descendants of who we worship as who? Jesus. But he's doing good, man. He's outside hanging out. I just fed him not too long ago, so he good. He good. He good. Thank you, man. Thank you for pulling up. I'm just talking my little rhetoric. I ain't gonna be up here long, man. I just wanted to give a brief synopsis on what is going on with celebrities and why we are seeing more public apologies being made to Jewish rabbis. And we probably don't even care. But I can tell you one thing, they care. And they're going to keep doing it. You better believe that. So I just wanted to emphasize, and particularly, where did we get the name Jew? Because Jew was not even mentioned in the first 5 books of Moses. Why is this important? Because Exodus it's the key. Exodus is the key monumental moment in time as to where the Jews hang their history on. And the actual find of the pharaoh bones in the chariots in the Red Sea validates the story that Moses existed and there wasn't a mass exodus out of Egypt, and the Egyptian army remains solidified. So this find was monumental. But get this. Now that we have bones, now we can do DNA testing. You see what I'm saying? DNA testing. Absolutely. Because all those bones, are they all Egyptian soldiers? Or do you have other people that was enslaved along? Because you got to understand, there was a mixed multitude that escaped Egypt. The mass exodus, according to the Bible, there was a mixed multitude. So there weren't just Jews or Hebrews. And that name is new, just like that country is new. It's old Palestine. But if we're able to link Judah to Jews, we can have one common ancestor. It might look like this. He is significant because his brother was second in command of all of Egypt, and he wasn't Egyptian. Case in point, Jesus was able to hide in Egypt, which lets me know that there was a mixed multitude. There was a mixed, it was a metropolitan type of a city. So you were able to blend in.
Grew older and faced famine, Judah's leadership showed again. He stood before their father Jacob and promised to bring their youngest brother Benjamin safely back from Egypt.
Benjamin is another tribe of the 12.
The first Jew, Abraham, was called Ivri.
Okay. So the first Jew is named Abraham. Ham means black or burnt. Ham. Abraham had to be converted. Abraham's first name was Abram. He was Abram first. From the other side, Abraham. Abraham. The burnt one, the black one. Meaning what? You understand what I'm saying? Not the rabbi we saw. The rabbi don't look like Abraham or Ham. Let's talk about Ham right quick, since we're dealing with the first Jews and Jews. I appreciate y'all being here. Check this out. I ain't trying to be funny.
Ham, one of Noah's sons in the Bible, is known for his descendants, often referred to as the Hamites. Mentioned in Genesis 10, his lineage.
Sean, what's good, yo? Peace, blessings, man. Man, I'm glad you here, man. Glad you here. Glad you here. Yo, just going in. Ain't gonna be before you long. Just chopping it up. Talking about right now. We talking about the small heads, the Jews, and the significance of why uh, Kanye West, Young Thug, uh, LeBron James, everybody got to show face and show accountability to this one Jew. I know they ain't Jewish, and I know they don't believe in the Jewish Orthodox customs, or they don't read the Torah. I know that, but their financiers insist that they meet this man, and I'm just trying to bridge the validity of the current Jew, which was represented by the fair skinned rabbi, as opposed to the Jews of the Lost Sea Scrolls, the Exodus out of Egypt, the Moses Jews. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're kind of doing now. So scientists have long debunked anything of dealing with the Bible, especially the mass exodus out of Egypt, dealing with Moses, where private investors have come together and put their money together, put their equipment and resources together to dig up all the archaeological evidence to substantiate that same story that they debunked. And I brung that up because I wanted to tie together this imposter Jew that all the celebrities got to answer to and apologize to if they want to advance their career. That's crazy. Mind you, in this country, they over all that shit, all the movies, all the law, and the judicial bills and shit that get passed, all that. Medicine, pharmaceuticals, and even the prison industry, because it's an industry, it's a private sector, and the music. So we we're gonna talk about
So here's the
we're
people.
gonna talk about Noah. We really diving into history here. So we're going all the way to the sons of Noah. And Noah had a son called Ham. Okay. Abraham. Ibrahim. Okay. Ham, the dark one, who came across the water. Okay. So after Abraham, you have Isaac, which Abraham was going to sacrifice. Then you have Jacob or Yakub. And if you don't know the story of Yakub, Inky and Lil, you can break it down. But Yakub, aka Jacob, climbing up Jacob's ladder, who wrestled with an angel and dislocated his hip. These are all descendants of Judah. Okay? These are all melanated people.
So investing and saving shouldn't feel like a second job. Betterment puts your money to work for you with autumn. So here's what people claim about this. So in 1852, he said, quote, "The Lord said, I will not kill him, but I will put a mark upon him. And it is seen in the face of every Negro on the earth. And it is decree of God that that mark shall remain upon the seed of Cain and the curse." And he even describes seeing a 16-year-old girl who was several shades lighter than her parents, and claimed as evidence of the curse being lifted. Thank God. Okay. He said one white elder joked that he and his companion were, quote, donating blood regularly to the hospital in the hope that the process might be accelerated. This was treated just as like historical biblical fact, but it was a lie. A documented, published, cited lie, but a lie nonetheless. Hi, my name is Danielle Romero. Thank you so much for being here today on my channel. Where we
Y'all
talk
see
about
that?
identity.
Did y'all hear that? That's Jacob doing genetic splicing. Jacob was a scientist. Literally mixing DNA back then. Trying to separate goats and sheep. The lighter ones from the darker ones for an offering to God. So he creating goats, cloning back then. And any botanist or anybody, shout out to my botanists, I grow shit all the time. Y'all know that cloning is way back. Not actually cloning humans has been so common, but cloning other species of plants. You can clone damn near any plant by just cutting it off and starting a root from which you cut off from the first plant. And you can grow a whole nother tree. That's all cloning is when you are biting into fruit with seeds. Those seeds don't just grow one of its kind, it grow a whole goddamn tree. Each seed grows a tree, grows a root to continue. And that, in essence, are the mechanics of cloning. Okay. So now, I'm going to show you something very interesting. Okay. This is why Kanye West had to apologize to the Jew. Okay. Let me show you what he was talking about.
To know how to make robots aren't using their robots to control the humans. Lex, definitely is something you have to be concerned about as you become more technologically savvy. That, my friend, is why engineering isn't everything. That you have to desperately study the lessons of history. In Nazi Germany, science was used to create atrocities.
Hold on. This is a Jew. This Kanye West talking to a Jew. He's saying that the scientists that were used in the neo-Nazi party, headed and funded by Hitler, Adolf Hitler, their scientific methods and what they were doing was diabolical to the Jewish people. So let me stop right there. Even though Adolf Hitler was a German soldier in the First World War, they started the Nazi Party as a political movement first. And they started that movement and blamed the First World War loss on the Jews. They blamed somebody else as to why they weren't advancing as a people, and the Jews were the scapegoat. They called the Jews the Slavs because of their migration through Russia and the Slavic nations in between. Okay? Afghanistan. Okay? The Middle East. Russia. Ukraine. Poland. Mr. Lister, why are you saying all this stuff? Because I am going to show you by the time we're done that there were multiple forms of slavery before the transatlantic slave trade, which might bring some solidarity as to why a certain type of Jews were displaced. Okay? What's wrong with people is people say a lot of stuff with no revelation of no sense of time and how we have to have a timeline for kind of people to follow. You see what I'm saying? So when we're talking about the authenticity of Jews, we have to go back to genetics. And according to the Bible, Ham, which is a son of Noah, was cursed by God by a mark, and that mark was you and I. Abraham was not always Abraham. Abraham was first Abram, and Abraham came after Abram converted. Henceforth, Abraham. And he is credited for being the first Jew, not because of genetics, because his name was changed once he converted. Okay? So now, we are going to deal with Hitler and the correlation between what Hitler did and what Kanye West said. Okay? And why Kanye West lost everything and had to apologize to this rabbi. This might be the rabbi grandson. He's a Jew. Now, mind you, this interview was done before he had to apologize to the great old rabbi. So he was still popping his shit. And somebody had to tap him on the shoulder and say, hey, man, you might want to go visit with this guy to kind of smooth things out. Okay? So check him out. All this verbiage. And I'm going to get to the point where the guy is talking about the scientific aspect. Because that's why I brought Hitler up. I wanted to show you he started the Nazi Party from a political science aspect as a political party. And once it grew, the real intentions came out as to what Hitler was on. And it was genetics, science. Yes. Hitler was a master mason and a great wizard. Trust me. This is all science. Anytime at the end of the day that you have something political that has to have an army to defend it, it's all in the sake of science. Nothing personal. Genetics. Check them out. This is one of their boys, what they saying, what they think about Hitler. He ain't say nothing about nothing political. The first thing he said was his scientists did some of the most diabolical. Yo, what is the chambers, the smoke chambers. Okay, the concentration camps. Man, I'm about to break it down. This is the type of shit that might get your shit banned, but we all right here. I got um, the section 107 disclaimer pinned in the bottom, and I keep saying it. So hopefully, this ain't too bad. But hey, man, you hit it with you, whether you like it or not. But anyway, check it out. My brother Kanye West talking to a small head. Check it out.
Bots to control the humans. Lex, definitely is something you have to be concerned about as we become more tech.
Imagine you're talking about the robots, but I got plenty of stuff on my lab about melanin and our role in the Silicon Valley. Excuse me.
Become more technologically savvy. That, my friend, is why engineering isn't everything. That you have to desperately study the lessons of history.
Engineering isn't everything, but what that means is reverse engineering is everything. You see that? You see how that goes together? Engineering isn't everything, but reverse engineering is everything. So one might ask Mr. Lister, what do you mean reverse engineering is everything? When someone is saying no in one thing, they're really saying yes to a lot of other things. Okay? So I will get into the reverse engineering with the scientists in a minute, but it's all correlation with what he's saying.
Science was used to create atrocities. Engineering, the same. Engineering could be a tool of war.
We're still
Engineering can be a tool of war. For the people in the back, I'll play it again.
That you have to desperately study the lessons of history.
You got to desperately study the lessons of history. That's what's wrong with people. People do not want to study history. People don't want to fuck with history. Unless they can pick and choose what history they want to pick out. When you can't do that. Because once you pick something out, something's going to be holding on to that, and you're going to have to keep picking. And before you know, everything is dark around this motherfucker. See what I'm saying? So check them out. Now, mind you, I've been talking about genetic splicing. I've been talking about Jacob and him separating goats for God to present the God's best offering. Okay? Genetic splicing, blood. No, this ain't right for God. This polka dot, I gotta put this now. Yeah. Cloning. Jacob was an alchemist, aka scientist. Okay. Where do we get the word chemistry from? Alchemy. Chemistry. Kami. Elohim, Lord. So look up alchemy and then spell chemistry and look it up. It's the same thing. So now, Jacob was an alchemist.
Savvy. That, my friend, is why engineering isn't everything. That you have to desperately study the lessons of history. In Nazi Germany, science was used to create atrocities. Engineering, the same. Engineering could be a tool of war.
we're still in the Holocaust. A Jewish friend of mine said,
that's that shit. That's That's why you gotta go apologize, yo. This nigga said we still in the Holocaust. Immediately he had to apologize to that dude. Say, hey man, I'm bipolar, man. I apologize. Oh,
And my response was, let's visit our Holocaust Museum, Planned Parenthood. With all due respect,
now you talking about abortion.
grew up in the Soviet.
Okay, he grew up in the Soviet Union. That's Russia. I just got finished telling you. The Jews have roots in Russia, Yugoslavia. The word slave comes from Slavic. Before slaves or anything dealing with slaves, you had indentured servants and indentured servitude, as to where if you couldn't support yourself, you could put yourself up for sale. You can volunteer yourself into slavery. Indentured servitude for a certain amount of time until your debt is paid. So during a lot of famines, people ain't had no money to eat. So people say, hey man, I'll work just to have the basic necessities of life. I'll give my own life for a certain amount of time just so I can fucking eat. That's how times were back then. It was trade and barter systems set up. There wasn't no money, no coins like that. Because if I only own land, if my value is in my land, how the fuck can I take my land everywhere I go and trade it with you? I needed something to represent my land when I'm traveling and trading abroad. And during that time, what made sense was I give you myself. I give you my labor. I give you my labor to work off, whether I want to marry your youngest daughter so I can start my legacy, whatever I wanted. If I didn't have anything of value, I got me. You know what I mean? And that's how it went back then. But then you had pockets of the Slavs that were indentured servants, the Irish. Okay? Ireland, one of the oldest spots in Europe. That's where Stonehenge. Now we're talking about alchemy, wizardry, all of that. These people were very poor people. So when famine hit, they would what? Go under indigent servanthood to eat. And so during those famines of the land, they will go off and sell themselves. And we're all just one big melting pot. But we all think of slavery as the transatlantic slave trade. No, this shit go back to the 7th century. What we know is slavery, and I'll prove it. But I will do that after we get the significance of Hitler, and we're gonna tie all that shit together. But I wanted to stop just to let you know the word slave comes from Slav, which were those Europeans of Russia, the Soviet, Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, all that shit. Yes, indeed. So, yeah, we're gonna continue to let them rap right quick, and yeah, we're gonna keep it going. I'm so glad y'all here, man. For real, for real. Hope everybody doing good. Check it out.
Parts of my family perished in the Holocaust of Nazi Germany. I have to push back.
Boom.
But there is
So his parents and his descendants perished in Nazi Germany. He comes from Russia, the Soviet Union. So there were a lot of Jews that didn't even have a home, and they was what? Dropped off.
the difference of the atrocities at that scale, at that time, on an entire people.
I was gonna say the number. That's the difference.
It's not the number.
Because 6 million will also African Americans are actually Jew also. The lost tribe of
Israel's back on that.
okay, so
Ooh, oh! I gotta turn that up. You hear Kanye West popping this shit? No wonder why he had to turn around and apologize to the rabbi. You hear that? This is what Kanye West claims. Ooh, this ties into what I've been talking about the whole damn time. Wow. Maybe Kanye West said, maybe, you know what I'm saying?
I grew up in the Soviet Union. I'm Jewish. Parts of my family perished in the Holocaust of Nazi Germany. I have to push back that there is a difference of the atrocities at that scale, at that time, on an entire people.
I was gonna say the number. That's the
So,
difference.
boom. He's saying that the slavery that Black Americans endured does not even equate to the Holocaust. And everybody good with it. Nobody cares. So it won't be. He's saying the Jews' struggle of the Holocaust under Hitler was more severe and more detrimental than black slavery. And this is what Kanye West is trying to prove. They're going back and forth about it.
It's not the number.
Because 6 million will also African Americans are actually Jew also. The lost tribe of
Israel's back on that. Too.
okay, so well, everyone
He's laughing at
I'm
Kanye.
African. I'm basically African American. We're brothers.
and we're both Jew and we're brothers. So
We're human.
6 million people died in the Holocaust. Over 20 million have died by the hands of abortion.
Now,
And
boom.
the meat.
He don't want to claim Kanye West is being Jewish. He laughed at him, right? Okay. Kanye West can't be Jewish. Okay. Well, I would love for you to explain this. You know I got y'all.
The Black Jews of Africa. The ox knows the owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel does not know. My people do not consider. The Black Jews of Africa have been a secret shrouded in mystery. This is an attempt to bring the truth to the light. Religion is a tender topic because it was weaponized against Africa during slavery and colonization. The truth is stranger than fiction because the authors of the religion have become the victims of their own loving God. The truth shall set us free. It is the glory of God to hide things. It is the glory of kings to find things. Ethiopian Jews. Ethiopia's history traces to 1,000 years BC. Through interaction with Yemen, Aksum adopted the ancient Semitic religion. Millions of Ethiopians know and accept their Jewish roots and therefore identify as Jewish. Ethiopia is the country with the oldest Bible in the world. It's the religious
Boom. Ethiopia is the country with the oldest Bible in the world. But Kanye West can't say he Jewish. Ethiopia is in Africa, y'all. Egypt is in Africa, y'all. You got to claim it. Okay? This is crazy.
Is an attempt to bring the truth to the light. Religion is a tender topic because it was weaponized against Africa during slavery and colonization. The truth is stranded in fiction because the authors of the religion have become the victims of their own loving God. The truth shall set us free. It is the glory of God to hide things. It is the glory of kings to find things. Ethiopian Jews. Ethiopia's history traces to 1,000 years BC. Through interaction with Yemen, Aksum adopted the ancient Semitic religion. Millions of Ethiopians know and accept their Jewish roots and therefore identify as Jewish. Ethiopia is the country with the oldest Bible in the world. It's the religious Mecca of the children of Abraham. Black Jews in Yemen, the Sena people of Mozambique, Malawi, and Zimbabwe get their names from Sena, an ancient city in Yemen where they came from. They made their own way from Yemen past the Horn of Africa to go further south. Sena was once Shema, which is Shema. Shem, who founded Sena. Shema is the home of Shona. Igbo Jews of Somalia, they're also found in Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Kenya. They are said that Yibo or Yibor means Hebrew. Jews of Sudan.
Jews of Sudan. Jews in Africa. So when we talk about the transatlantic slave trade and people try to discredit blacks as being the lost tribe of Israel, there were thousands of black Jews who inhabited space along the Mediterranean Sea, off the coast of Sudan, Morocco, Tanzania, Ghana. Black Jews who were practicing the old Orthodox Christianity, the 5 laws of 5 books of Moses. They were already quote unquote Christians before the colonialists got there. Interesting. Very interesting.
Our Jewish community in Sudan. They're also found in Sierra Leone, Liberia, Senegal, Ghana, Nigeria, and Mali.
Oh, look at all them Jews. Look at all them Jews in Africa.
Known as Zua, meaning he came from Yemen. The Jews of Egypt are believed to come from Cush and be from the lost tribe of Dan.
Ooh, the Egypt. Let's look up that. The Jews of Egypt, which I just named, that was in Africa, come from the land of Cush. What is Cush? You never heard of the Cushite Empire? That's what I'm here for. Check this out. Sorry, y'all.
The climate began to dry out gradually, starting from about 5000 BC across northern Africa, including what is today Sudan. This drove more people into the Nile Valley in search of hospitable land. It meant there were larger centers of population which became urbanized, and a hierarchy of chiefs or princes developed. By around 2500 BC, Kerma had become the center for the people who came to be known as the Kushites. Their buildings include large structures called tefufas, which stood up to 18 meters high. The ancient site of Kerma comprises two striking edifices, both built of sun-dried mud brick. They're known as the Western and Eastern Jakufa. Behind me is the Western Jakufa, which is believed to have been a temple. The Eastern Jakufa is a funerary chapel.
I'm
Throughout
gonna go somewhere else where it kind of narrow it down a little more.
Thousands of years ago, along the banks of the Nile River, in what is now northern Sudan, a great African civilization began to rise. This land was known as Nubia, and from it came the kingdom of Kush. For many years, the powerful Egyptians controlled parts of Nubia. They came south to take gold, slaves, and ivory. The people of Nubia learned from them, but they were never truly Egyptian. They had their own culture, own language, and own pride. One of the first great cities of Kush was Kerma, which began around 2500 BC. It was a rich city, full of mud brick homes, wide roads, and a massive building called the Western Jakufa, used for worship. The people of Kerma traded with
Now that's what that lady showed you in the first video, the eastern and western wings of Kofa, which were the kingdom one side, and then the temple where they worship on the other side, and it separated land from east to west. This was in Egypt. I don't have to tell you how melanated Nubia was. Check this out.
Step 1, go to rover.com or download the Rover app. Step 2, browse profiles, read verified reviews.
It's not. Thousands of years ago, along the banks of the Nile, long ago, in the forested lands of what is now southern Nigeria, the Edo people, thousands of years ago,
I'm sorry.
Nuri is one of the most intensive concentrations of pyramids anywhere in the world across any culture and civilization. In Sudan, in fact, there are more pyramids than in Egypt. And this is something that people don't think of very often.
Kush and Egypt have a long, interwoven history, one that is just beginning to be more fully understood.
Most of what we know in the history books about the kingdom of Kush comes from the perspective of the Egyptians, because the Egyptians had writing. And the Egyptians wrote everything down, everything.
They pushed a phenomenal amount of paper, we would say, in today's world. And we are fortunate to have a lot of those records. But those records frame everyone outside of Egypt as somehow not equal to, or lesser than.
History is written
You
by...
hear that? From their perspective, they're saying every other race is inferior. I wonder where that came from, that mindset. Because if we look in this country now, we literally, from our infrastructure, we model Egypt. Look at the dollar sign.
Victors, 1%, and archaeology tells the story of the underdogs, of the other 99%. The best way to really verify or disqualify a historical account is to look for the facts on the ground. Sometimes it jives with the history books, and sometimes it doesn't.
Archaeologist Jeff Emerling has excavated many important Kush monuments, uncovering its past, brick by brick.
We know that from the very first moment that Kush appears in history, around 2000 BC, it was powerful. It was so powerful that the Egyptians at that time built a series of fortresses along the Nile to protect themselves against the military power of Kush.
Bingo.
From its prime position on the...
Yeah. And here you have Kanye West trying to identify as being Jew, just like him, and he laughing, and the big reason why he's laughing is because they look completely different. In his mind, he's a Jew, and this is how the Jews look. Now, in my mind and in Kanye West's mind, he looked like the original Jews, which was the African Ethiopian Jews I just showed you. But let me show you why he had to apologize to the great rabbi.
The My Body, My Choice, which is actually still a promotion for Planned Parenthood. 50% of Black deaths a year is actually abortion. It's not the cop with the knee. It's not Black on Black violence and gang violence. It's not heart attacks. It's actually abortion. The most dangerous place for a Black person in America is in their mother's stomach.
900 to 1 million abortions.
Yeah, what the nigga just said. The most dangerous place for a Black child to be is in their mama's stomach. Yo, Kanye crazy, yo. Kanye West fucking crazy. Oh shit. God damn. Hey, no, he said that. Come on, Kanye. God damn. That's crazy. That's wild.
Seer, I hear you. But there's something about the rape, the torture, the murder of children, women, men, the complete humiliation and just the suffering that was endured during World War II.
Okay,
that's what we.
I'm gonna chill out. He want to talk all this shit about how science was the most detrimental thing to his people and Nazis and Hitler. Well, if that's the case, sir, why did the United States hire all of the scientists that were under the Nazi regime in Adolf, gave them jobs and changed their names to Jewish names? And one of the leading scientists from the Nazi party, you change his name and you put him ahead of the NASA space program. This is nothing alleged. This is all fact. And I'm gonna prove it right now. The only reason why I use Google is to validate with the masses. But I don't need Google. This is shit I already know in my head. So check it out.
Did you know that the U.S. recruited Nazi scientists right after World War II for one reason? You see, over 1,600 former Nazis were secretly brought to America in an operation called Paperclip. Some even worked for NASA, and one of them, Wernher von Braun, helped build the rocket that went to the moon. Still, many of them were involved in war crimes, slave labor, even human experiments. Their files were wiped clean, and their crimes ignored, all to beat the Soviets in science. Did you know that the U.S. recruited Nazi scientists right after World War II for one reason? You see, over 1,600 former Nazis were secretly brought to America.
Y'all ever heard
in
of
an
that?
operation called Paperclip. Some even
Y'all ever heard of
worked for
Operation
NASA.
Paperclip before?
One of them, Wernher von Braun, helped build the rocket that.
I got you. I know y'all ain't never heard this shit before. What? After World War II, America, yes, United States hired over 160 Nazi scientists, changed their name, and gave them jobs. But you got Jews trying to argue with Kanye West, talking about science was, you know what I mean, the most, trauma and shit they went through with the Holocaust. But then we turn around and hire the same people. Get the fuck out of here.
Did you know that the After defeating the Nazis, America secretly hired over 1,600 of their top scientists.
Dang, 1,000. I said 160. This 1,000. Over 1,000, bruh. The fuck? Listen to this shit again.
Defeating the Nazis, America secretly hired over 1,600 of their top scientists. World War II just ended. The Allies won. Justice should follow. Instead, the US government made a shocking decision. They wanted Nazi rocket technology more than Nazi justice. Wernher von Braun built Hitler's deadly V-2 rockets that killed thousands in London. After the war, NASA made him their chief rocket designer. Operation Paperclip brought Nazi scientists to America. Their past was erased. Did you know that the U.S. After defeating the Nazis, America secretly hired over 1,600 of their top scientists. World War II just ended. The Allies won. Justice should follow. Instead, the US government made a shocking decision. They wanted Nazi rocket technology more than Nazi justice. Wernher von Braun built Hitler's deadly V-2 rockets that killed thousands in London. After the war, NASA made him their chief rocket designer. Operation Paperclip brought Nazi scientists to America. Their past was erased, new identities created. These same scientists helped America reach the moon in 1969. The Saturn V rocket that took Neil Armstrong to space, designed by a former Nazi. America's greatest space achievement was built on Nazi science. The moral cost of winning the space race, we may never fully know. After defeating the Nazis, America...
The layers just keep coming down. We do not go to space without Hitler. Our rockets and our military do not advance without Hitler. So much so that we hired over 1,000 of their scientists and made one of them the head of all of NASA, man. But you want to tell me, this country want to tell me being anti-Semitic is bad. And then you got motherfuckers that's talking to Kanye West talking about what they went through is way worse than what black people went through. When you talk about the dynamics of slavery. And what we still go through with the ideological propaganda of white supremacy. That came from Egypt. Having every other nation looking as though they're inferior to you. You know what I'm saying? So just like with this country, man, there's so much hypocrisy.
The media promotes the my body, my choice.
I'm gonna show you something else. Now, mind you, I showed you all of these figures: LeBron James, Young Thug, Kanye West. Everybody got to talk to this rabbi, man. I'm gonna show you something. And you gotta and what I was saying, that operation was actually called Operation Paperclip. Just to, to recap, in case you want to look that up. Check this shit out. I'm gonna show y'all this shit. Okay. Check this shit out.
Welcome to Chaos. In today's video, we explore Hollywood actors who have publicly shown support for either Palestine or Israel.
Mind you, look for the ones who support the Jews, Israel, not Palestine. Look at the celebrities. I got you. Hold on.
With Robinhood Gold, you can
I'm telling you, bro, this shit very interesting.
start earning 3.5%.
And I done told you who the Jews control, the celebrities, the banks, everybody. So all I want you to do is look at, because there are very few, ain't nothing but a few of them who support the Jews. Now check it out. The Palestine flag is black, green, and red, right? So the Jews is white, pale white, and like a pale blue. So check it out.
Welcome to Chaos. In today's
Look
video,
at the ones
we
who
explore
support
Hollywood actors who have publicly shown support for either Palestine or Israel.
There's one. Devil Wear Prada lady. Tom Hanks. Robert Downey Jr. Will Smith.
Welcome to Chaos.
Let me see her name. Now, mind you, before I get that, look at Jamie Foxx. Look at his ass supporting the Jews. Look at that shit. Jamie Foxx, look at that. Why you got anything to say about it? Because they asking. You got to pick a side. Yeah. Crazy. That's crazy, bro. Jim Carrey. See what he's talking about. Of course he would say Jews. But yeah, man. I'm about to pretty much wrap this all up in a minute. I just want to just show y'all, man, just the hypocrisy and history that people just pick and choose to believe and play victim to without unpacking the whole story. You know what I mean? The first thing we have to do is when we read a book and we count it as history, when we walk past another book that's older that explains the same history, we can't walk past the book or discredit it or ignore it. Read it. If it predates the book you just read before, why wouldn't you want to read it? Like, nah, I'm good with what I'm on, which is your right. I get you. But, you know, in essence of, you know, we just talking about building, it's like, man, why would you ignore something that might validate what you just previously read, especially if it's older? Why? Because there's a chance that it might discredit. If we don't want to be discredited, no matter the cost and how it comes out, we'll feel disrespected if somebody discredits what we own. When in essence, I thought we were just all trying to be better and just receive the accurate information and data at the end of the day. Feelings is feelings. That's cool. And we're all entitled to them. But when the energy of our feelings or respect or lack thereof or whatever, however we feel, when that's constitutes more value than the actual truth, yo, I think we got a real problem. Like that we are that personal for whatever reasons. That as the truth isn't golden. It isn't the absolute value. It's how somebody feels. That's more valuable than the truth, though. Not, you know what I mean, politicking or expressing how one's feel and opinion stuff or trivial stuff. Nah. Like actual building, fact checking, holding each other accountable, the information we present. How we feel and how we come at each other. Although it's important, we want to have that more important than the actual truth and proof, show and prove. And you know what I mean? Study and show thyself approved. We'd rather have that second than a person's delivery or how a person presents a message. Or the actual messenger. You know what I mean? Sometimes truth won't be accepted or it won't be as more impactful or influential as the person who's delivering the message or the truth. So we consider that too. But to me, that's a sad time to be in. And I feel like that's what kind of God is talking about in Deuteronomy 26:68. And separated. We all gonna be separated. And it's natural. Our ideologies are gonna separate us eventually. Even if we agree on the same things. There used to be a point that was enough. That as long as our ships are sailing in the same direction, we necessarily can tolerate our differences. Because we all have the same invested interest. The bottom line, everybody's bottom line is the same. Knowledge is what we seek. So regardless of how you make me feel, if you have the information that I don't have, I would love to receive it. And I worry about my feelings on the back end. But that's just me. And we're all different. And I understand that I don't understand somebody else's worth of wanting to be heard, like their voice. I don't know what they've been through in life. That, it is imperative and that's important for somebody's voice to be heard. And look at me, I don't even go live much. And really, I don't really talk too much unless I'm confident in what I'm saying. But we live in a culture as to where somebody has to present information in a certain way, and it has to be done with a level of respect in order for somebody to receive it. When to me, right is right and wrong is wrong as far as an essence of data. Because the data doesn't swing either way, but the way. You see what I'm saying? And the way it shouldn't require how I feel as far as how we get there. If the destination is the bottom line. Because we understand that there's nothing perfect and we're all passionate and we all feel like we have something to contribute. But when we're talking about purely on essence of progressing as far as accurate information, I ain't really taking a person's personality and how they present information, like who they are. I ain't really concerned about who they are versus if they right or wrong. It's just me. You know what I mean? And are they able to prove it with evidence that I can fact check myself to say, hey man, okay, this dude ain't just saying some shit. We are both agreeing on his source of information or sources, versus Oxford, whatever, however you want to take it. And I feel like there's no real progression outside of rhetoric if we're purely not dealing with factual stuff. And I especially I feel like in these type of spaces, I feel like shouldn't nobody feel no certain way when, you know what I mean, really we all putting ourselves out there, at the end of the day. So I feel like with certain things, shit, man, you should get a pass. That's why, I mean, I done been disrespected online, been called things outside of my name, and ain't feel nothing. Nothing. Racist stuff, otherwise. People sneak dissing. Hey man, I made a choice to be on this, to share this information. And even when things don't necessarily go the way that I envision, the truth will set you free. So if you feel free based on the knowledge you obtain, I don't see how you could feel anything but pride in knowing that you were the very few that have knowledge of something that you could share the world. So that's why I go so hard as far as like breaking things down to the root as to why instead of the what. You know what I mean? And if in essence we're all love and we're all spirit, you know, in totality, spirit also deals with truth. Because I think you cannot separate truth from love. And love comes in many different forms. Truth comes in many different forms. But the truth is pure. And in essence, the truth is pure. You know? You could say it can become diluted if you put it in a dirty cup. But if you seek love, if you seek the truth, you'll always see the glass as half full. Every time. Because your optimism is set in the truth. So you don't feel when folks call you the N-word or whatever. And so that's just my perspective on pretty much presenting information in general. I felt like what I was dealing with, talking about Black Jews, is something that's taboo, and people really don't even acknowledge when we're talking about Jews in the realm of what they control in this country, dealing with all sectors of entertainment. I mentioned earlier their footing in laws, in decision making, the stocks, yeah, the private prison sector, NASA, everything. But they don't have a land of their own. And throughout history, that's how it always been. And so when I bring up Moses in the Red Sea, in Pharaoh in the Lost Army, that's why I bring that up. That's why I brought that video up earlier, because most scientists debunk the Bible. So now we have tangible evidence. Now, mind you, these are private investors who put their money together and resources together to go all the way down that Red Sea motherfucker into hundreds of feet down to find this stuff, chariot wheels and bones and chariot axles, and you know what I mean? All that shit right down there. So I feel like, the world is waking up in essence, because the world is alive and the world is a living organism, and we're just a tiny speck in a moment in what the world is doing as a whole, and what's going on outside of the world, which have always been kept from us. Not only the true essence of who we are. It's like when Kanye West was talking to that Jew, and Kanye West told you, I'm Jewish too, and the dude just laughed at him. We all brothers, but we not all Jews. What type of shit is that? And then, like I said, in the Torah, the 5 books of Moses in which they believe, and they believe the end all and be all, they're the chosen people, but yet the word Jew is not even mentioned in there. Hebrews either. Creaky, hey, what's up, girl? You caught alive. Yeah, you did, man. I appreciate you, Creaky, for pulling up, man. I'm just here talking my rhetoric. I'm low key, Creaky. I'm a nerd, man. So I'm a huge history buff. So now that Creaky's here, I could turn up a little, man. Thank you, Creaky, showing your support, man. I'm gonna just show you right quick, kind of my beef, meat and potatoes of what I was dealing with. Show you three 3 cats. That wasn't
I feel really blessed to be able to sit here with you today and just take accountability. I was dealing with some various issues, dealing with bipolar also. So it would take the ideas I had and have me take them to an extreme where I would forget about the protection of the people around me and myself. So I wanted to come and take accountability. Sometimes with, people aren't that knowledgeable about the bipolar and the cause or what causes it and the way you act when you have this disease. So it's like if you left the house and you left your kid at the house and your kid.
That shit crazy. Kanye West told that man, say, hey, look, man, I'm broke. I'm shooting for bad, man. Look, I got bipolar. I'm sorry for all that nonsense I was talking about the holy cause, about all that. I'm sorry. Please let me back in. Please give me my deal. Straight up. He ain't the only one. I got more for you. You're not the only one. I understand. I understand, guys. Who that right there? Who that, Creek? I paused it for you. Who that, Creek? Mm-hmm. Ain't that your boy? That's Young Thugger. That's Jeffrey. That's Jeff. That's Jeffrey. That's Young Thugger. Yeah. Same middleman, the interpreter in the middle. But yeah. Yep. That's Thugger. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. So we got Young Thug. Let me show you who else. It don't stop right there, Creed. Don't stop right there. Let's see. Appreciate y'all being here. Check this out. It don't stop. Yeah. Yeah. Who this? That's the same rabbi. Who that? Straight up. Straight up. That's straight up. Look at the names we named. Kanye West, Young Thug, and Bronny. All meeting the same rabbi. Why? They Jewish? Did I miss something? I ain't know. But I can guarantee you this. They got, there you go. I do know that Israel and Palestine are in a war right now. I do know that. And I do know that reporters have come to certain celebrities and asked pretty much whose side you support, Palestine or Israel. When Palestine always been Palestine and Israel is something new. If we talk about history. So I'm thinking in my mind, how many other celebrities have to meet with this rabbi if they want some type of, advancement of their career or whatever? And what is the significance of the Jews as to where they gain so much respect based on what they've been through? Because the clip I played with Kanye West talking to the dude, he was pretty much saying, yo, the Holocaust does not compare to black slavery. And the dude was like kind of laughed at him like, man, you crazy. And then you have to turn around and for Kanye West to have to apologize to the rabbi and blame bipolar disease. Kanye West told that man, yo, I need some money, man. I need Adidas back, man. I got bipolar. That's crazy to me. No, man. Nah. So the guy was also describing Hitler's the science part of the Holocaust as to being like the worst thing that any human could experience. So that led me to a wormhole of Adolf Hitler. The Nazi Party literally started off as a political regime which transformed the whole country, and that's when they started to gain military access and military influence. Henceforth, and I'll play it again, over 1,000 scientists were hired in World War II after America came in and quote unquote saved the Jews, gave them their own land. Before World War II, you didn't have Israel. There was no country called Israel pre-World War II. Okay? So these people never had their own home. They were always indentured servants. Going back to them claiming that they the slaves from Moses and them. That's their lineage. Their lineage is tied to religion, not a land. You let that sink in. Not a land, but a religion. In their religion, they don't even call themselves Jews. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Creed. So check it out. I'm about to show you first the validity of the Red Sea in the Exodus of the Jews and Moses leading the Jews out of Egypt through archaeological findings. I'm also going to prove how the U.S. hired over 1,000 Nazi scientists and hired their ass and put one of them over NASA, bro, for the rocket, over the rocket portion of NASA, and they call it Operation Paperclip. So, let's see if I can show that. Thank y'all for being in here. All right.
Did you know that the US recruited Nazi scientists right after World War II for one reason? You see, over 1,600 former Nazis were secretly brought to America in an operation called Paperclip. Some even worked for NASA, and one of them, Wernher von Braun, helped build the rocket that went to the moon. Still, many of them were involved in war crimes, slave labor, even human experiments. Their files were wiped clean, and their crimes ignored, all to beat the Soviets in science. Did you know that the US recruited Nazi scientists right after?
So let's get more into Operation Paperclip. Let's get into it. Let's get into it.
The Joe Rogan experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I wrote a book about Operation Paperclip, and my God, talk about a rabbit's hole.
That's a rabbit hole.
It's a rabbit hole.
Let's explain to people that don't know what we're talking about. Operation Paperclip was when, after World War II, the United States gathered up a ton of scientists from Nazi Germany, brought them over to America, and even Wernher von Braun. They had Wernher von Braun run NASA. He was a Nazi, like 100% Nazi.
Good friends with Hitler type Nazi.
Yes, he ran a Berlin rocket factory where they hung the 5 slowest Jews. They would hang them out front so everybody would know, like, this is what happens when you work slow. We'll hang you. I mean, the Simon Wiesenthal Center said that if Wernher von Braun was alive today, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity.
Yes, they would.
And that was the head of NASA. That was the head of NASA. That was the guy who got us to the moon. That was the big cheese guy. Yeah. So.
And that's Joe Rogan. That's Joe Rogan. That's Joe Rogan saying that. Yeah. So that lets me know all the support for Israel is baloney. It's bullshit. He do be on some other stuff, creep. But there's one thing I can say. Joe Rogan's, I call him JoJo. Joe Rogan's show, his stuff is controversial. And his views in the millions. Like he averages millions of views. So yeah. So we hired Nazi Germany scientists to head up NASA's rocket program through something called Operation Paperclip. Come on, man.
The Joe Rogan experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I wrote a book about Operation Paperclip, and my God, talk about a rabbit's hole.
That's a rabbit hole.
It's a rabbit hole.
Let's explain to people that don't know what we're talking about. Operation Paperclip was when, after World War II, the United States gathered up a ton of scientists from Nazi Germany, brought them over to America, and even Wernher von Braun. They had Wernher von Braun run NASA. He was a Nazi, like 100% Nazi.
Good friends with Hitler type Nazi.
Yes, he ran a Berlin rocket factory where they hung the 5 slowest Jews. They would hang them out front so everybody would know, like, this is what happens when you work slow. We'll hang you. I mean, the Simon Wiesenthal Center said that if Wernher von Braun was alive today, they would prosecute him for crimes against humanity.
Yes, they would.
And that was the head of NASA. That was the head of NASA. That was the guy who got us to the moon. That was the big cheese guy. Yeah. So we were willing to put a lot of really dark things aside in order to gather up the best scientists of the Soviet Union. Couldn't get them all. And they got a few of them as well. But we got how many?
Now that's fucked up. How can you brush aside all the million, what do you say, 6 million Jews that was killed? How can you brush aside all of that and say, no, in the name of science, and then turn around and hire their scientists? Bro? That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Crazy. But how can you? But yeah, Creek. But tell me, how can you then, after doing that, say that you support Israel when history shows that you support them massacring the Jews by hiring the scientists that was doing it, hanging them motherfuckers for working too slow? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. So I don't know. So yep. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying, Creek. Everything is a joke. Nothing's real. Because if you if you fact check and go back in history, it's saying you are supporting what it is that you're saying that's bad. So I don't know. I think it's very interesting. I do. Mm-hmm. So this kind of sit here like, mm-hmm. But yeah, we gonna dive a little bit deep more into it, and I ain't gonna hold you up here. I promise. But I think it's very interesting. All of this stuff goes on. And Kanye West, you make Kanye West apologize to this old ass decrepit. I don't know what the fuck he is. Oh, I know it is. He's the Black Pope. Now, if anybody don't know what the Black Pope is, the rabbi that I was just showing you have the Pope who's in charge of the Catholic Church or the whole church, but then you have a Black Pope, which is the Jesuits. So, like I said, the copyright disclaimer of Section 107 is pinned in the description. So, I'm just putting it out there. This is the disclaimer. But yeah, check this out.
What? The Pope of the Catholic Church kisses the ring of the greater Pope. Did you know this? New news? New news.
It says the Black Pope is a nickname for the leader of the Society of Jesus, a Catholic religious order also known as the Jesuits. The leader is called the Superior General and is usually referred to as Father General. The Black Pope nickname comes from the contrast between the Superior General's role in leading the largest male religious order and the Pope's white clothing.
So, some would say the white Pope actually serves the Black Pope. And the Black Pope is the one who started the Jesuits, which I'm sure you've gone down a couple of rabbit holes with the Jesuits and how they, in some stories, kind of control the world and the macroeconomics of things. And the Jesuits are the one who set
Illuminati.
helped set up the Masons and helped set up the Catholic Church. And there are pictures that you can find online where the white Pope is kissing the.
I'm gonna stop and show you something. Hold on. Hey y'all. Shoot. Just showing y'all my badges of passage, man. Absolutely. Okay. Badges of passage. I'm in a few societies and I'm in a fraternity. So a lot of this knowledge is talked about among people who already know, like already in the know. But a lot of this stuff is public information, man. It's YouTube. But we don't know what type of questions to ask. You see what I'm saying? When you don't know of an existence of something, you're ignorant to it. We're gonna get more into the superior general and all this shit. Check this out.
And was Catholic?
Was raised Catholic, yeah. And then the Jesuits had essentially abandoned the property. They still owned it, but they packed up and left in like the mid to late 60s.
Explain what a Jesuit is.
It's an order of the Roman Catholic Church. It's an order of priests.
So it's a type of priest. And is this an ancient order that's been around for a long time?
I believe the 1500s. It was founded in response to the Protestant Reformation.
Okay.
So the Jesuits were like the Pope.
Okay. 1500s. And mind you, I went to Protestant school. Check this out.
Church. It's an order of priests.
So it's a type of priest. And is this an ancient order that's been around for a long time?
I believe the 1500s. It was founded in response to the Protestant Reformation.
Okay.
So the Jesuits were like the Pope's Marines. They've been described as that. They were like an elite unit of priests.
And was Catholic?
Was raised Catholic, yeah. And then the Jesuits had essentially abandoned the property. They still owned it, but they packed up and left.
So when we talk about the Illuminati and we talk about the Knights Templar, we are then talking about, in essence, the church.
Corruption and organized crime doesn't have a boundary.
A podcast from the Mob Museum.
While most people are familiar with the Pope dressed in white, the spiritual leader of Catholics, there are whispers of two other enigmatic figures, the Black Pope and the Gray Pope. Who are they? And do they truly hold sway over the church and beyond? Let's explore the facts and myths behind these three fascinating roles. The White Pope, a beacon of faith. The White Pope is the most visible leader of the Catholic Church, often referred to as the Vicar of Christ. He is the spiritual figurehead for Catholics worldwide, guiding them in faith and doctrine. Historically, this role has been occupied by some of the most influential figures in world history, from Pope John Paul II to the current Pope Francis. But what does the White Pope's role entail? As the Bishop of Rome and head of the Vatican, he oversees the spiritual and administrative functions of the Church. From delivering sermons to engaging with global leaders, the White Pope embodies the Church's mission of peace and service. However, some believe his authority is not as absolute as it seems. Enter the Black Pope, the Jesuit general. The title Black Pope is not an official designation, but rather a colloquial term for the superior general of the Society of Jesus, or Jesuits. This Catholic order was founded in the 16th century by St. Ignatius of Loyola and has since become one of the most powerful and respected religious organizations in the world.
Whoa.
Now,
the reason why I stopped there is because when I first got up here, I wanted to break down exactly the word slavery and where slavery came from. The word slaves comes from a much older word called Slav. Now, the Slavs were the indigent servitude for people that were in debt, or poor people. Henceforth, the Jews that were exterminated in the concentration camps. Hitler called them Slavs because of where they were from. Yugoslavia, Russia, the Ukraine. Okay? So out of Slav came the word slave. Slave, Slav. because of the people. The people were known as Slavs. Okay. And so I will in another live I'll break down the origin of the so-called Jews that were exterminated in the actual real Black Jews, African Black Jews. Yeah.
For more than 2,000 years, a forgotten community has kept the traditions of an ancient faith. Like all other Jews, the Lemba community of southern Africa are strict monotheists. They celebrate the new moon and keep kosher. They circumcise their baby boys and observe Shabbat. And like all other Jews, they've passed on their story from generation to generation. A story of exile and diaspora, persecution and resilience. It's the story of a faith that sustained them over centuries of isolation. Lemba Jews have always known who they are, but the wider Jewish community didn't. When the two finally collided, the Lemba's existence came as quite a surprise to other Jews. And with that surprise, came skepticism. So how did the Lemba Jewish community become so disconnected from the rest of the Jewish world? Lemba communities have lived in southern Africa for centuries, and yet their neighbors have never
I'm going to show you something, because that map and where that water is very important. So hold on, let me show you something.
And highly skilled artisans.
Hold on.
As a minority, the Lemba lived at the mercy of local governments. Often, they took on indispensable men over centuries of isolation. Lemba Jews have always known who they are, but the wider Jewish community didn't. When the two finally collided, the Lemba's existence came as quite a surprise to other Jews. And with that surprise, came skepticism. So how did the Lemba Jewish community become so disconnected from the rest of the Jewish world? Lemba communities have lived in southern Africa.
Southern Africa. Look at that body of water. I just want to deal with slavery in the many aspects of slavery, as well as indentured servitude. These people were always on the run. But look in Africa where they are. By a body of water. If what they're saying is true about the transatlantic slave trade, these people who are already exiled are easy to pick up. They don't even have a land to claim. Even the land that they inhabit there is not theirs. Africa is 80 to 85% Muslim. It's a Muslim continent. They're isolated by their faith. They're isolated by their faith. And they've always been exiled. They've been exiled even out of Egypt. Henceforth, that's where we get the great exodus of Moses and the Jews. Right here. Forgotten right here. And these people were scattered throughout the coast of Africa. Are y'all getting where I'm going? Check it out.
For centuries, and yet their neighbors have never considered them native to the continent. They were always seen as foreign transplants from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Even their name reflected their difference. Lemba means turban, a reference to the unique headgear they wear. Sometimes they were called Mushavi.
Turban. Keep that in mind. That's what we call head coverings of people from India. They got a turban. People from Afghanistan, turban. Red dot Indian with a turban.
Or merchants, a nod to their occupation as merchants, traders, and highly skilled artisans.
As a minority,
merchants and traders. That's how you become indentured servitude. Before any type of colonialistic mindset, as far as British, you have other conquests that existed throughout Europe before the transatlantic slave trade. There were other slave trades, one being the conquistador, the Portuguese, and the Spanish conquest slave trade throughout the Caribbean and throughout Africa and through the Mediterranean. Now, these people that were navigating these seas weren't driving the shit by themselves. They hired indentured servants. Okay? Servitude. That worked for a certain period of time and volunteered themselves as labor for the bare minimum just to survive because shit was that bad. But indentured servants had a certain time that they would work their debt off. And 9 times out of 10, it was for marriage or for something else. The reason why I say that is because throughout the South Americas, you have establishments and settlements well before 1607, which kind of launched the whole transatlantic slave trade. Pre-1607, during the 1500s, you had black Spaniards, black people, black Africans, who were here because what they were merchants and sea merchants and sailors. They just said it, and I'll play it again.
or working with precious metals. It's a familiar refrain throughout Jewish history. All over the world, Jews often served the upper echelons of society as doctors or financiers, traders or artisans, until the powers that be got tired of this stubborn minority that refused to fit in. The Jews of world.
See, but we were they doctors. We were they sea merchants. Think about this. They didn't have no doctors before the Moors. I'm going to tie this all together. Once we dig deeper as far as who we are, because right now, we ain't dived there yet, but we're going to get to 7-Eleven. We're going to keep going.
Over had little interest in fitting in.
We had little interest in fitting in.
They had an ancient tradition to say.
The story that has been passed down from my forefathers, from my grandparents, from my parents, is that plus minus 2,500 years ago, we descended from Hebrew Israelites. We fled Judea, escaping Babylonian captivity.
Judea, Judah. This is a black Jew in Africa being what? Interviewed from a story that has been told from her from generation to generation to generation. You listen. This is exactly what's wrong with us. We don't know who we are. And we're trying to grab everything to relate and identify, and nothing's working. But the one thing that you worship is the one thing that they're keeping from you. That Jesus comes from your ass. Jesus is a Jew. But we don't know where the word Jew comes from or the land of which the Jews come from, because we have never been able to claim a land through all of history. We have always kept a religion, a faith, and that faith has isolated a people. Because no matter where you were, they refused to bow down. Come here, Meshach, Abednego and Abednego. Meshach, Idarite, and Abednego. The three Hebrew boys. The three Hebrew boys match her story. Jews have never got to a place where they will bend to any religion. They will never abandon their religion. That's why everywhere they went, they were conquered. The reason why I'm passionate about it, man, because it's about damn time that we at least get to the point where we get familiar with Black Jesus. Yes, ma'am, Cree, the three Hebrew boys. And that's what they named. They were Hebrew Jews. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. That's them. We talking about real history with real kingdoms. We dealing with Babylon, dealing with the Prince of Persia. Like, these are real historical events that happen. Forget the Bible. These are real world powers that existed in conditions. You know? So listen to what this lady got to say about the stories that were passed down, man. This is real.
To safeguard.
The story that has been passed down orally from my forefathers, from my grandparents, from my parents, is that plus minus 2,500 years ago, we descended from Hebrew Israelites. We fled Judea, escaping Babylonian captivity, and settled in a city called Sinai, Yemen.
Now let's talk about Babylonian captivity. Cree, that's where the three Hebrew boys are significant. It lines up because during that time they did not worship the Babylonian. They were building the Babylonian tower during that time. And it stated in the Bible that all the nations participated in the Tower of Babel, trying to reach God. That sounds like a rocket to me. How can you create a physical structure tall enough to reach God? What mindset would you have to have in your brain to try to even attempt something like that? Now you understand it now? Nazi technology, and instead of destroying the Nazis who were destroying Jews, we hired a scientist, and then we make the head Nazi of the science program and the rocket program the head of NASA. And this nigga was hanging Jews because the Jews weren't working fast enough. He would hang them publicly. These are the people we put in power in this country and changed their name and gave them Jewish name. And now, instead of calling them Nazis, now they the Jews. You see how crazy that is? And you see how misinformed we are. Yeah, I don't do this for the views. I do this for the love. I do this for the love. I know what I'm talking about won't be popular because our natural attention span ain't long enough to endure the generations of misled information we got to cipher through. And they know that. So I do this for the love, man. Straight up. Absolutely. So I'm gonna let the lady continue and tell her shit. Mind you, she's in Africa, y'all. I just showed y'all this is Africa. Quote unquote, That's where we come from, right?
There, escaping Babylonian captivity and settled in a city called Sena in Yemen. And upon settling there, we were fleeing further wars and turmoil. So we migrated into Africa.
A world away from their ancient homeland, they maintained their biblical traditions. They slaughtered their animals according to Torah law and maintained a strict separation of meat and milk. They didn't eat unkosher animals like pigs or mice. On long journeys, they'd bring their own chickens so that they were never at risk of eating improperly slaughtered foods.
Wow.
Some Lemba are so strict about kosher laws that they refuse to eat at their own relatives' houses.
You still find people who, when they visit some of their relatives who are not Lemba because of intermediate, they would carry their own utensils. They don't want to end up eating food which has been cooked in something which used to cook food they are not allowed to eat.
The adherence to Jewish customs doesn't end there. The Lemba use the lunisolar Jewish calendar, observing the new moon each month and welcoming the new year in autumn. They rest on Shabbat. They pray to one God. In other words, they maintain the traditions and rituals.
Let's talk about monotheism for a second. Monotheism, meaning the worship of one God. So, contrary and opposite of monotheism, now you're dealing with the paganism. Okay? I ain't gonna give you a history lesson in that. We'll do, you know what I mean, the contrast between serving one God, which is the monotheism, versus serving multiple gods. Paganism, the voodoo, henceforth, we'll get into all of that later.
For millennia.
But I just want to share with you, during this time, these people were exiled from Egypt, all of these places where multiple gods, Babylon, multiple god places that, they were exiled because they didn't let go of their God. In God, but America, in God we trust, but we're allowed to worship who we want. You see, that's crazy. I think it's cool, but putting one nation under God, to me, it looks a little hypocritical. You know what I'm saying? So check it out.
And just as these customs set Jews apart in Europe and North Africa and Southwest Asia, these customs set Lemba apart from neighboring communities.
Local communities.
So we got Southwest Asia, which includes the Slavics, is what I was telling you. So now you have Southwest Asia mixing, and mind you, everywhere that they go, they're mixing with the people. But I'm going to show you the the Russian Orthodox Church and Russian Jews. I'm going to show you all that shit. Southwest Asia, that's what that is. Russia, Yugoslavia.
Assimilate in their way of living. But Lemba people were never comfortable with that because that would conflict with how we do it. Kashrut laws, no intermarriage between locals and Lemba people. So there was always that struggle of maintaining that identity within a very hostile environment. And to a large extent, it succeeded.
So if the Lemba have been practicing Judaism for thousands of years, why have they been so isolated from other Jews? That disconnect can't be explained by geography alone. After all, there are tens of thousands of Jews in South Africa, mostly descendants of Lithuanian Jews who came with the gold rush. Why didn't these communities connect? To answer that, you need to know a little bit about South Africa. South Africa bills itself as the Rainbow Nation, a proud and diverse coalition of people from all backgrounds.
A rainbow nation, at peace with itself and the world.
That includes Jews, some of whom might look familiar. But for decades...
Do you hear how that sound? Rainbow Nation? What the fuck he talking about? See, Cree? See that shit? And they put Nelson Mandela. Mind you, this motherfucker was the biggest... This nigga was the Malcolm X times 10 in Africa. Is dealing with apartheid. Apartheid is like Jim Crow on steroids here. If for people who don't know what apartheid is in Africa. Nelson Mandela was he was Mr. Black Revolutionary, and they locked his ass up for life. And they ain't let his ass out until he got old. But before they let him out, he had to do some shit. Make that speech, and then they made him president. But he was all old and decrepit and shit. Nelson Mandela, the Rainbow Nation. We're a Rainbow Nation. What the fuck?
Hello. After all, the art. Dear for millennia. And just as these customs set Jews apart in Europe and North Africa and Southwest Asia, these customs set Lemba apart from neighboring communities.
Local community people who were not Lemba people want Lemba people to assimilate in their way of living. But Lemba people were never comfortable with that because
wow.
Conflict with how.
Hey yo, these Jews,
no intermarriage.
They ain't fuck with none of these. They ain't fuck with no customs, but they're
always that struggle
isolated.
Maintaining that identity within a very hostile environment. And to a large extent, it succeeded.
So if the Lemba have been practicing Judaism for thousands of years, why have they been so isolated from other Jews? That disconnect can't be explained by geography alone. After all, there are tens of thousands of Jews in South Africa, mostly descendants of Lithuanian Jews who came with the gold rush. Why didn't these communities connect?
Start right there. Lithuania is over there with Ukraine, over there with the Slavics, Yugoslavia, Russia, all that shit. That's right. Nelson Mandela was apartheid. Yeah. He was a revolutionary. Check this out.
To answer that, you need to know a little bit about South Africa. South Africa bills itself as the Rainbow Nation, a proud and diverse coalition of people from all backgrounds.
All backgrounds.
Rainbow Nation. At peace with itself.
Hell no.
That includes Jews, some of whom.
So, a Rainbow Nation that is at peace with all the world. And this man said, including the Jews. And he got 3 Jews. Look at that shit. Ain't none of them look like the dark Jews I've been talking about. Look at that. Check this out.
They look familiar. But for decades, the Rainbow Nation wasn't a rainbow at all. It was an apartheid state that slotted its people into a strict racial hierarchy to segregate and control people of mixed race, Indian, and African descent. Whites were at the top, and black people, i.e. the majority of South Africa's population, were at the very, very bottom.
The easy line is on the right side of the bar. The hard line.
That's crazy. That's crazy. They literally had all this shit going on during the same time we was dealing with shit. Think about that. You had a group of people still dealing with all type of racism, dealing with apartheid, the same as if now when we were dealing with what? Jim Crow laws, trying to get civil rights and shit. But we ain't the same people. Get out of here, bro. And what it is, that these particular African Jews are so isolated from the rest of Africa. That's why we can't. They tell us to go back from Africa, but we didn't start off in Africa. That's why I said once you understand the dynamics of the Black Jew, and not that Hebrew Israelite bullshit, literally through ancestry, go down the line. Yeah, check this shit out, yo.
Action with Black people is
dear for millennia, and just its people into a strict racial hierarchy to segregate and control people of mixed race, Indian, and African descent. Whites were at the top, and black people, i.e. the majority of South Africa's population, at the very, very bottom.
The easy life is on the white side of the color bar. The hard life, the big section, is on the dark side.
In apartheid South Africa, your race was your destiny. It determined your education and your hometown, who you could marry, and what social services you were allowed. Interracial relationships were a crime. No one was allowed to reach across racial categories to build genuine connections with someone of another race, not even if they shared something much, much deeper. And so the Lemba, Jews who had practiced biblical Judaism for centuries, were designated black and divided from South Africa's mostly Ashkenazi Jews, whom the government classified as white.
That is why our fellow and Jewish people did that.
Bingo! What Cree say is exactly the same. It's exactly the same. Yeah. It's exactly the same. They just changed the name to make it pretty. Yeah. And not only did they change the name, Cree, they took away our identity from being Jewish and put black on it. From the Ashkenazi Jew, they took Jew from the blacks and just put black and took Jew. And they took it and put it on them. Sound too familiar, man?
White community did not know us. The only time they would have interaction with black people is when they hire them to come and work houses.
Boom. When they come and hire them to work. See?
Garden balls or at the offices. You didn't have the opportunity to live together, to know each other, to know the cultural way of living.
These policies put Lemba Jews in an unholy bind. They were too Jewish for the native Africans, too black to be considered Jewish. And any attempt to bust out of the constraints of a single demographic box was met with confusion and disdain.
Never had a
when
land.
When was a little girl filling out school forms, she wouldn't mark herself as black or white. Like Jews all over the world, unsure of where we fit in, she chose the one category that seemed big enough to include her. Other.
The teacher one day asked, why are you picking other? You're black. So I'm like, I'm not just black. Yes, I am black. And I am an African, yes, but it's not the entirety of who I am. And I would always say, I'm a Jew. I was told, no, you can't be. And that always boggled me. I said, how can somebody tell me, no, I'm not what I am?
It's not easy to have your identity defined by an outsider, but it's even harder to have
your identity defined by an outsider. Yeah. That's what we always done. Other folks is telling us who we are. It did. They steal your culture and label it as theirs and tell you carry your ass on. Get the hell on. Still after taking the culture. If Jesus looked like you and me, and they was able to actually prove it in this country, the whole world would stop. And in essence, you really shouldn't care. But if he was Chinese, wouldn't nobody care. If he was any other ethnicity, wouldn't nobody care. Except one. If you this particular race, hell no. Not dealing with it. But check this out.
Did you know that in Texas, rifles can be carried in public without a license? Whereas in Florida, no open carrying is allowed.
Commercial.
This is Nigeria, the seventh most populated country country in the world.
And they say that where we come from, Nigeria,
Dizzying frenzy.
the slaves.
What they're doing for Mincha, the traditional Jewish afternoon prayer. This community of Nigerian Jews belongs to the country's third ethnic group, the Igbo. They claim to be descendants of a lost tribe of Israel, and today observe religious practices very similar to rabbinical Judaism, although it's not always easy.
Could fulfill on Shabbat, to preserve it, to make it warm, can put in a continuous burning stove and set it. Okay, in this place, I have the burning stove to set. When you set it, you put it on. Maybe after 3 hours, the electricity is gone. And it's not coming back again. So what do you do to the food? And you'll be praying to Hashem, please, the food should be okay till tomorrow. 2 years ago, some people came from Israel to teach us to do shuket and to sharpen up. So that's when I started eating chicken. You can eat chicken now, but before it was fish we eat.
To don't have with fair, we can save water from the rain, put a big pan under the rain and let the water.
These are Jews in Nigeria. Nigerian Jews. I bet y'all ain't never heard no shit like that.
It's with hot water, very hot water.
So let me just talk a little bit about the isolation. Oh, look at the baby.
Deer for millennia.
Ah!
And just as these customs.
Hold on.
Deer for millennia.
Look at the black girl. Look at the little black girls. Oh, the Jews, black Jews. These are this is Nigeria, yo. That's where they say we came from. Ghana and Nigeria, off the southwest coast of Africa. But what they ain't gonna tell y'all is y'all was already practicing Judaism. Already were worshiping God. See? Yeah.
Every morning I woke up, with Modern prayer. Then I wash my hands on my face.
When we started, it's like a difficult thing for us, but we have to adjust. We know the importance of not touching your phone, not making calls, internet, this kind of modern age is very difficult for us, we young people, to go without technology. So we try our best and we are good with it. We are doing it.
The rules of Halakha, Jewish religious laws, are taught from a very young age. And today at school, it's pop quiz time. While some are ready to leave everything behind for Israel, and others live very happily here in Nigeria, one dream unites them all, to one day set foot in the promised land.
I was so long for Zion, for the sake of the mitzvot, and for the sake of
the vote. The vote. The time out. I'm gonna share with y'all the vote that he's talking about in Vladimir Putin, which is the reigning president of Russia, and his national address regarding this vote that he's talking about, which is the oldest vote known to man, and what lies inside and what we should embrace. So I'll play that after this, and then I'll close it down.
We cannot stop yearning to live in Zion to perform Avodat Hashem there, according to the prescriptions.
We desire to be there. If there's no opportunity, but we want to be, at least to be going there once in a while. It's time.
I would like to be going, like during festival season, like during Pesach, Sukkot, all this season. Like I like to go to the Holy Land and come back to Nigeria because I have some
go to the Holy Land.
here.
Hold on. Okay. Sorry, y'all. My mom texted me, asked me did my dad cut my hedges yet. I said I don't know, cuz I'm online with y'all. I don't know. I hope he did. It's kind of raining where I'm at. So I don't know why he would do it today, but he did. I be thankful. He said okay. So I hope she tuned in. I told her I'm on live. But anyway, getting back to Black Jews. I just kind of wanted just to share light on. I thought it was something cool because you got Young Thug, you got Kanye West, everybody praying, LeBron James, all these celebrities praying to these rabbis. And he's white, and it's hard to fathom to tell our people like, man, there were Black Jews that worship thousands of years. Even in the Bible, they telling you, describing you how Jesus looked, and we still cannot, I guess, even entertain the fact that, hey, man, we might have some lineage. Because if you're saying we're from Africa, there were Jewish people in Africa. Henceforth, Egypt. They were slaves. They've always been slaves because, or exiled, I should say, because of their religion and what they believed. They would never, that coincides with the people I was just talking about. But there was a great exodus through Moses. And so I showed you earlier in the video the archaeological evidence that was, I guess, discovered through private investors putting together their resources and actually bringing some of this shit up, old chariot wheels and old horse bones and chariot chassis and chariot axles and shit, all Egyptian on the bottom of the Red Sea. I'm telling you, all true. Like the world, the way the world is set up, everything about to be revealed from the past. That's significant. That holds like some type of monumental moment in history. I see it. So it's exciting. So like, man, but I'm. Let me show y'all. Y'all see it. Y'all know what it is. That's what my avatar be about. Yep. They look like Billy D. Williams with the Wakanda necklace on. You really? With the Black Panther necklace, like Billy D. Williams. Yeah. So yeah, man. Just showing some pride, man. Just to let you know that there are Black Jews, and there's all the evidence in the world to prove it. Not only that, it's like scientists made it their life's mission to discredit the Bible. See what I'm saying? Yeah. So now we have tangible evidence, y'all, that there were Black Jews in Africa, not just in Africa, all over the world. You want me to tell you? There are also Jews in Spain. Kind of giving you some stuff to, you know what I mean? Yeah. Show you something. Well, first, yeah. Check this out. All over the world. And mind you, these were people that nobody wanted to deal with. The Jewish people never had a land of their own. So they were always constantly under attack to convert, and it never happened. And it's a good thing, because most of the people I know claim Christian. Mhm. So check this out.
Enduring forced conversions, property seizures, and expulsion. In 1492, the Alhambra decree presented a grim choice to over 200,000 Jews: convert to Christianity or leave Spain, an event which stripped them of their wealth and destabilized local economies by removing key community members like artisans and merchants. Today we delve into this dark
Now,
chapter.
these artisans and merchants had to become indentured servants. See how my stuff coming together? I'm not just saying shit. These merchants, once they crashed their economy by telling the Jews that they had to convert to Christianity, which is not Jews. You got the Jews who strictly believe in the Old Testament. Jews are not Christians. So in 1492, when they made the decree in Spain, Queen Victoria, okay, and the whole Spanish conquest with the conquistadors, with Christianity and the papal bull coming out of Rome, everybody simultaneously put out decrees to promote Christianity through slavery for the economy. So they crashed the economy and told the Jews there they had to convert to Christianity. And the Jews looked like you and me. We were all over the world.
Christianity or leave Spain, Amber decree and expulsion for profound.
It's called the Amber Decree. Either leave Spain. I'll play it.
Effective, enduring in the dark pages of history. Few events have scarred.
And don't call it the dark pages. Call it the dark ages. You had the dark ages and you had the middle ages. Okay. Then which was called medieval times, dealing with King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Okay. These are real periods in time. The Dark Ages, then coming out of the Dark Ages to the Middle Ages, which is the medieval times. You were evil, now you're medieval. These are all pockets of time dealing with evolution and becoming civilized. Before that time existed Black Jews in Africa who came to Spain in 711, and I'll show you. I'm surprised too, and Lord knows I keep putting up. I put the disclaimer in the description, and I keep saying it, man. Disclaimer section 107. You know, this is used for entertainment and educational purposes only. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping that's working, and I'm praying. But yeah. And all I'm doing is claiming, yeah. Yes, ma'am. I really appreciate that, man. I just want to get our people used to saying, bro, we have no idea of how cut off we are from the Jewish culture we are. It was scared of living shit out you. But in the Bible, it's describing the people. Said, hey. You may want to say small head. Yeah, I've been alternating 18. You're right. I'm gonna definitely stay on the small head energy. Shoot. Ladies, girl, listen. We are so disconnected. We have no land to ever claim, just a religion that we refuse to let go. For what Cree say? Hold on. What's the name of them boys? What's the name of them boys? Yeah. No, not them. Meshach. There you go. What's the name? Yeah. Right there. The 3 Hebrew boys. This is real. Okay? The nation, the Babylon nation, Babylon, the Babylonian people were real. Real people. The Tower of Babel is real. Okay? Nebuchadnezzar, King Nebuchadnezzar is real. But this is what they won't tell you is real. The Jews. Who were these people? Where were they land? Where was the land in which they originated from? You will never know. Nor you don't even know how they even looked. Because it's like looking in the damn mirror. It'll scare the living hell out of you. But I'm about to show you something that's gonna rock all that shit. Shout out to take heed to the message for the small head instead. Oh yeah, no doubt. Thank you, 18. I appreciate it. Small head, I like that. I like it too, Cree. So those small hats had literally an agenda way back then. And I'm gonna show it. Black, small hats. All right, now check this out.
Scarred humanity as deeply as the Inquisition. The Jews of Spain, in the dark pages of history, few events have scarred humanity as deeply as the Inquisition. The Jews of Spain and Portugal were profoundly affected, enduring forced conversions, property seizures, and expulsion. In 1492, the Alhambra
property seizures, and all type of shit.
decree presented a grim choice to over 200,000 Jews.
So 200,000 Jews, 200,000 was in Spain alone in 1492. Mind you, this is the same 1492 where Columbus sailed the ocean blue. In 1492, the Amber Decree and the papal bull were put out in Rome by the Roman Catholic Church to convert convert Muslims and whoever else into Christians. Okay, 200,000 of us were in Spain, and I will tell you how that came about in the next slide.
Or leave Spain, an event which stripped them of their wealth and destabilized local economies by removing key community members like artisans and merchants. Today we delve into this dark chapter through Frederick David Moncada's seminal work, The Jews of Spain and Portugal and the Inquisition. His meticulously detailed accounts offer a comprehensive view of the Inquisition's methods and the extensive suffering it inflicted on the Jewish population.
Do you see this shit? Look at how them Jews look. Look, that's a Jew. That's a Jew over there in Spain. They look like Keisha, man. Get the fuck out of here. That's Keish, bruh. From up the block. Look at that shit. Stop playing, bruh. Picture, hey, bruh, this is what they don't want you to know, bruh. You're going to be looking in the mirror. You know these people. This is in Spain. Man, listen, bro.
Stories and broader socioeconomic analysis paints a vivid picture of the era. The Inquisition, set up to enforce Catholic orthodoxy in Spain and Portugal, resorted to torture and public executions to ensure compliance and punish nonconformity.
You hear that?
Accusations of heresy or secret Jewish practices often led to merciless trials, relying heavily on public suspicions and.
So this is what I talk about the Knights Templar. When these acts are put in place to torture. So now we're talking about crucifixion. Who killed Jesus? The Roman. Who killed Jesus? Who crucified Jesus? Who killed Jesus? See what I'm saying? That's what's up.
Coerced testimony. Moncada's work is not only for its narrative, but also for its analytical approach in understanding the depth and breadth of the Inquisition's impact on the Jewish community. His contributions have been pivotal in framing the historical discourse around the Inquisition, making his studies an indispensable resource for scholars and historians studying this dark period. Moncada paints a vivid picture of the plight of the.
Amen. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Let that marinate. See? Who is Judah? I'm gonna play a little bit of this video. We're gonna get into a little bit more who Judah is. Judah is one of the sons in the 12 tribes. You had 12 tribes of Israel. Judah was a tribe. Judea is the name of the kingdom in which Judah ran. Judah is a person, okay? Judah is a character, is a caricature in the Bible, okay? Okay, he is one of the 12, okay? Yep, that was his name. And Judah ruled, his kingdom was Judea. Okay. These are northern and southern sectors of Israel. Because there was no Israel, there was no land during that time called Israel. Israel is some new shit. I'll say it again. Israel is new. You had Jewish people for thousands of years, but the land of Israel is owned of another person's property. And you gave that people that land after World War II. And the problem is, so much time go on and people don't even really care about history. Absolutely. And so I'm just radical enough to believe if somebody can see themselves as an historical, a spiritual figure, maybe it might be just enough to change the condition in our community. If somebody had tangible evidence to say, hey man, you're supposed to be holy. I mean, it's in your nature, it's your culture to be holy. And let me show you people who look like you before you, that who were monumental pillars in this shit. I don't think the rest of the world want that. That's all right. That's why I'm here. Check this out.
Black Jews.
Black Jews in Spain. Black Jews in Spain. Check it out. Boom. Right now, you still got a population of black Jews in Spain. We everywhere.
Hardships. Their story is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of relentless persecution. The black Jews, so-called because of their death.
Dark shadow of the Inquisition loomed large over the tapestry of history, casting particularly sinister silhouettes over the lives of Black Jews. These individuals, often overlooked in the broader narratives of the time, faced a harrowing intersection of racial and religious persecution that is both profound and profoundly disturbing. Imagine walking the cobblestone streets of Iberia in the late 15th century, where the decree of the Spanish Inquisition has just been passed. For the Black Jews, this period was not just a challenge to their faith, but also an affront to their very existence. They were doubly marginalized, victims of a societal double bind.
During the 1500s, they were marginalized. Look at all this shit, all the persecution and shit they faced. And they were merchants. They were sea merchants. They were doctors. They were doctors of these motherfuckers. How can somebody be your doctor and you calling them less than, persecuting them? And one of their occupations was doctors. And during that time, being a sea merchant was an excellent job and a job of pride, because that's the only way that you can fucking get around the world. Only one way, on sea. So you the man. And then the queen makes this decree. What? If you don't convert, we cutting it all off. And we're going to create a line of propaganda. To me, that sounds like the Nazi Party to me. They hated Jews. They killed 6 million of them. So when somebody say, hey, do white supremacy exist? Shit. How far you want to go back with it? How far do you want to go back with it? The Willie Lynch letter wasn't real, but the ideology is. The physical letter don't exist, but the ideology, the mindset is real. It's a very real thing that is implemented. You got over 200,000 black people. I ain't even gonna call them Jews. No, they're blacks. Black people in Spain. 200,000. They just so happen to be Jews, but they black. Man, don't get me started, man. Blaming them, targeting them, treating them unfair. Check this shit out, bro. Racism, man, this shit go back to the 15th century.
Is a testament. The Black Jews, so-called because of their death,
Dark shadow of the Inquisition loomed large over the tapestry of history, casting particularly sinister silhouettes over the lives of Black Jews. These individuals, often overlooked in the broader narratives of the time, faced a harrowing intersection of racial and religious persecution that is both profound and profoundly disturbing. Imagine walking the cobblestone streets of Iberia in the late 15th century, where the decree of the Spanish Inquisition has just been passed. For the Black Jews, this period was not just a challenge.
The Black Jews were called Moors. Moor mean black. And we'll get more into the Moors on another time. But get used to that name. We'll continue.
Their faith, but also an affront to their very existence. They were doubly marginalized, victims of a societal double bind that saw them ostracized for their religious beliefs and their skin color. Take, for instance, the story of Samuel, a Black Jew in Portugal. Samuel was a merchant known in his community for his piety and his trade in spices. However, the establishment of
He was a merchant. He was a sea merchant. And he traded spices. Okay? Man of wealth. Look at this. Look at them spices. Look at this shit. Herb, myrrh. Spices were expensive back then. You got to understand how the economy worked back then, bro. People will sell themselves off for indentured servitude just to pay off a debt. I'll sell you myself for 7 years to have her hand in marriage. All type of shit. Thank y'all for hanging out.
Their wealth and destabilized local accounts around the Inquisition. Testimony. Mokat, a vivid picture of the plight of the Black Jews, a subgroup that faced unimaginable hardships. Their story is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of relentless persecution. The Black Jews, so called because of their death.
Dark shadow of the Inquisition loomed large over the tapestry of history, casting particularly sinister silhouettes over the lives of Black Jews. These individuals, often overlooked in the broader narratives of the time, faced a harrowing intersection of racial and religious persecution that is both profound and profoundly disturbing. Imagine walking the cobblestone streets of Iberia in the late 15th century, where the decree of the Spanish Inquisition has just been passed. For the Black Jews, this period was not just a challenge to their faith, but also an affront to their very existence. They were doubly marginalized, victims of a societal double bind that saw them ostracized for their religious beliefs and their skin color. Take, for instance, the story of Samuel, a Black Jew in Portugal. Samuel was a merchant known in his community for his piety and his trade in spices. However, the establishment of the Portuguese Inquisition in 1536 marked a turning point in his life. Accused of secretly practicing Judaism, Samuel faced the terrifying reality of the auto da fe, public penance followed by punishment, which for many meant execution. His identity made him a target, his faith a cause for suspicion. The Inquisition's methods were ruthless, and its reach far. It employed an extensive network of spies and informants, making no distinction between man, woman, or child. Black Jews like Samuel often found themselves betrayed by neighbors, sometimes even family members coerced by fear or greed. The psychological toll.
Man, this during the 14 and 1500s, man. This is during the 14 and 1500s. But when you hear the story, it sounds like some shit a few years ago here. It's the same story all over the world. All over the world at the same time, Jews were what? Targeted. Jews were targeted.
Torment of distrust compounded their daily reality of navigating a society that viewed them through a lens of bigotry and hatred. As we reflect on Samuel's story and countless others like it, It becomes clear how the Inquisition not only sought to control religious practice, but also to dictate racial purity. This led to a sinister overlap of anti-Semitic and racist ideologies that would leave deep scars on the community. These personal histories, these snippets of lived experiences, force us to confront uncomfortable truths about human cruelty and the capacity for systemic injustice. They also teach us about resilience and the strength it takes to uphold one's identity in the face of overwhelming adversity. As we delve deeper into the annals of history, let us carry forward the lessons learned from the hardships endured by Black Jews during the Inquisition. Their stories are not.
Boom. That's it. That's it, man. I just wanted to show you that there are countless Black Jews all over the world. Not just Africa, not just here, all over the world. So what would make you think would no Black Jews be here? That's the story that's tampered with. You hear the Africans that were here and where they were from, but when you are cut off from your religion, you are literally cut off from your religion, forced to convert. That's the same story. Yeah. And so now I'm gonna play for you the man himself, the commander-in-chief and president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, in his national address for Black Jesus. Straight up. And then I'll be out your way. I got you.
So many talks, turbulent reactions, outragings, and all kinds of activities in relation to the recent unveiling of Black biblical icons to the world by the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, hasn't died down just yet. As a matter of fact, the commotion continues steadily on the rise.
You remember that yesterday I gave you a video about one Dr. Kihura Nkuba, who is a Ugandan scholar specializing in classical African history. He spoke and said that one thing that the white person did when they colonized Africa is that they also colonized information. And that really shows that much of the information that you were fed was whitewashed and made to align with the desires that the white person had at that time.
Including Jesus. A lot of these biblical paintings and images were destroyed during the Renaissance time. There were museums that were able to preserve these images. One of them was in Russia. So Putin recently decided that he was going to open the vault and expose all of the images. A lot of people are surprised that the images are of darker complexion people. Well, archaeologists and painters from all around the world have come together to confirm that the paint on these biblical images or paintings is the original paint, and it is not lighter paint that has oxidized over time. And a lot of people are in question of this because of the images that have been and are currently being depicted of biblical figures, which does not align with the ancient images.
Just the thought alone that a white man opened up the vault and let everyone see this, but people are still mad. Why would you be mad? You should be happy. Remember, this is chess, not checkers. Putin did this because 2024, the Black Anunnaki is about to return and their time is up. So they were thinking, hey, if we could get some Black people on our side, maybe the Anunnaki.
You can really see that Russia has been holding a lot of important information for the world. And I guess this is why some of the Western nations do not find any common ground that they can share with Russia. because Russia is out to liberate the world. It is out there to share true information, because true liberation can only come when we have true and factual information.
News of the unveiling has been a great shocker to the entire globe, as the display of these black biblical icons in their unrivaled authenticity did not only challenge long-held mistruths and wrong beliefs which has been adopted for centuries now, but it did shake down the very firmly forged roots of religious falsehoods, which obviously has been conspiratorially championed for as long as any one of us can remember today. It's only been days now, the 23rd of this month of March, 2024, since the Russian President Vladimir Putin addressed the nation in Moscow. In a resounding video, the passionate president has been shown sitting at a table and opening a triptych. Here, a narrator had said,
"Today, Vladimir Putin reveals to the world a secret that Europeans have been hiding from Africans for more than a millennium, that the person of the name, Jesus, was black."
As some of us should already have known, when the European Renaissance happened, all the global images were seized and whitewashed by Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci.
It's always about the highest order of heroism, the highest order of sacrifice, the highest order of saintliness.
These are the pieces that for centuries were anchors for spirituality in Russia. Icons installed magnificently in churches, privately in homes, and even quietly on soldiers' lapels. They are considered a pathway to prayer.
You'd approach the icon and you would see something that is expected to be seen. You don't want to be surprised. And that familiarity leads you to a contemplative prayer state that is very spiritual to the believer.
Icons dating back to the 14th century brought together from private collections across Russia.
Wow. It's very beautiful. It gives you goose pimples. It's a remarkable exhibition.
It's an exhibition which feeds the senses. Everything is so grey outside at the moment, and here suddenly it's a feast for the eyes.
And it's a feast that marks 100 years since religious icons started to be recognized as works of art. Wow. Before then, they were mainly
Look at
used
that
religious
shit.
objects.
Wow.
Blackened over the centuries by the passage of time and added layers of paint.
We learned how to remove the dark layers. We discovered underneath an overwhelming.
And just hold on a second, did you hear that? Let us hear that part again.
When we learned how to remove the dark layers, we discovered underneath an overwhelming.
Did you hear that? Now let us take it a little slower this time to be sure.
When we learned how to remove the dark layers, we discovered underneath an overwhelming.
That's the part. The images were whitewashed. And then the other old images were hidden in vaults all over Europe and Russia, and they all agreed to keep the old images a secret amongst them.
Wow.
But that secret is what is being gradually exposed this day by Putin, of which there are those who thinks of the act as a form of warfare, seeing as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, is on the verge of nuking his country. And so
Wow.
he's had to reveal that the Christ and Mary were black people, and he has all the images. About 1,700 pictures to prove. There's been all kinds of speculation which continues to mount since the offshoot of this incident. But the basis of what stands now for Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation is this. From now on, like he has announced a few days ago, Russia only worships Black Jesus. Let's listen attentively to the speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, people of Russia, today we stand on the precipice of a monumental revelation, a moment that redefines not only our understanding of history, but also the path forward for our great nation. In an extraordinary discovery hidden beneath centuries of lore and legend, we have opened what can only be described as the oldest vault known to mankind. What we found within its ancient confines challenges the very fabric of our beliefs and heralds a new dawn for our country. Within this vault, we discovered figures of biblical proportions, characters that many have read about, debated, and revered. These figures, preserved against the sands of time, reveal a truth that is as profound as it is transformative. They are all black. This revelation, this undeniable truth that stands before us, not as a contradiction to our faith, but as a testament to the diversity and unity that faith embodies. As your president, I see this moment not as a challenge to our beliefs, but as an opportunity to embrace a wider, more inclusive understanding of our history and spirituality. Russia, its rich tapestry of cultures, traditions, and peoples, is uniquely positioned to lead the world into this new era of understanding and acceptance. From this day forward, let us proclaim our nation under the guidance of Black Jesus, a figure who represents not just the cornerstone of Christian faith, but also a symbol of the universal values of love, compassion, and brotherhood. Wow. This Black Jesus, whose likeness and history have been unveiled in the oldest law, is a message to us all that divinity knows no color, that spiritual truth transcends race, and that our common humanity binds us more tightly than our differences divide us. Let this discovery remind us that history is not just the story of those who wield power, but also of those whose contributions have been overlooked or forgotten. It challenges us to re-examine what we know, to question our assumptions, and to open our hearts to the broader possibilities of understanding and faith. As we embark on this journey of discovery and understanding, let us do so with open minds and compassionate hearts. Let us build a nation that truly reflects the teachings of Black Jesus. A nation that stands for justice, equality, and love for all, regardless of race or creed.
Dmitry Peskov, press secretary of the
I'm done. I'm done. President Vladimir Putin, one of the most pulverizing figures in the whole planet, is telling his country, yo, we worship Black Jesus. I don't know what the rest of y'all on. You can say what you want. Ain't nobody perfect. What person running a whole country makes all the right decisions? You running a whole nation. You can say what you want about that man. Ain't no man publicly came out running the country say you need to worship Black Jesus. Only one I know. Only one president I know that. And we talking about Africa. Pick a country. I don't give a damn what country you pick in the whole planet. You show me one country where that president came out and publicly said, hey, we are our nation, we want to be the leading nation to embracing Black Jesus. You're talking about a Jew. You Jewish whether you want to believe it or not. You're a Christian. And the only reason that you adapted to Christianity is because you're always supposed to be believing in one God anyway. The conversion came with the slavery attached to it because of the economy. Faith builds the economy because soldiers need faith to fight. To keep the spirit, to keep the warrior spirit, the warrior has a good, strong sense of spirituality. Because you have to prepare for battle. You just don't go in. You prepare your mind, body, and soul for battle. And a part of that is your faith. And when I'm telling you, you have inquisitions and shit, everything to promote colonialism, the papal bull, the Amber document coming out of Spain, everything geared towards taking away the wealth of dark-skinned Jews. Over 200,000 were in Spain alone. So imagine the neighboring countries. All the Jews that are on the coast of Africa that worship for 2,500 years the same God and had to keep getting bounced around since Babylon. That's the Bible. That's Bible talking. I ain't making no shit up. These are interviews of black Jews telling you the story that they've been told, passed down in their family for generations, where they came from, that line up with the Bible. These people have Jews, black Jews have been targeted since the Bible. Because they never really had a land that they could call their own and defend. And you see the evidence of it now. It's still because they've been dismembered. It's been spread out, and other Jews don't even acknowledge because of skin color. Sound familiar? So, like I said, that whole race thing has always been a thing of propaganda for something greater. Finances, money, greed. A motherfucker don't really care what color you are. But they can use that to galvanize an agenda. Hell yeah, racism is a tool. The real smart people, they fund the protest. You don't even get that. The people who want to who really don't want the change hire people to challenge the change because of the optics. You don't think the Civil War was funded on both sides? Oh, my dog. But yeah. So I feel like as a society, if we don't mind getting a little bored and having our curiosity sparked by just asking certain shit, you never know what type of rabbit hole that'll lead you down. Because me, I really didn't have a game plan on how I was gonna attack nothing I've been talking about. I've seen Kanye West, I've seen Young Thug, and I've seen LeBron James kind of dealing with the same rabbi dude, and that just kind of melted. I'm like, well, they acting like this Jewish dude the real deal, and they don't even understand that them Jews, them small hats, excuse me, them small hats are some impersonators. I'm not saying they're not Jews, but what I'm saying, they come from another people. And those people are Slavic and East Asian, Russian, Soviet Jews that were exiled from Poland, Germany. So, yeah. Sorry for my dog, y'all. We probably see something. But yeah, we gotta understand that when you say the word JEWS, that doesn't pertain to a certain look. Okay? And when you want to delve really into it, the more and more you look at what color were the original Hebrews, Malcolm X said, Denzel Washington said that when he played Malcolm X in the jail scene when he was going back and forth with the chaplain about what color. Thank you, Cree. My dog out there going crazy, man. He barking, man. I'm about to go out there right quick. Hold on. Howdy, y'all. Chris said, "Oh, buddy, girl, he was going crazy. You going crazy out there." I'm glad you back from your phone call. 18 says, "Fish orange, wide eye, fish orange." But yeah, man. My dog be on some other stuff. But yeah, I just wanted to show y'all that the significance of Vladimir Putin addressing Russia again. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I'll just play it back just to, you know what I mean, just to get some validity. Like, 18 said, I missed it. Turn my head for a minute and missed it. And miss Buddy. Girl, listen, man. You ain't missed him, man. I think I'll do that next time, man. Get him on the live or post another video. He has a personality. He really reminds me of me, but the worst parts of me, I guess. So I really, you know what I mean? So that's him right there as a puppy. Bad, boy. That boy bad. Bad little boy. I wish I knew him that when he was that small, boy. He wouldn't be that bad. Lord knows. Oh, thank you, Creed. Don't let them fool you, man. Hold on. This face right here. No, ma'am. It's a bad boy right there. Oh Lord. Because they get older, they get bigger. You know what I mean? Start trying more. Everybody say that's what you get for getting a boy anyway. You get a girl, you wouldn't even have to deal with that. You should have got a girl. I'm good. I'm good on that. He's playful, yeah, until you want to stop. And then when he's not playful or he's moody, sometimes he get moody. You know what I mean? Sometimes it just be like that. Like still trying to figure out my dog's personality. Man. It'd be crazy. But he's a good dog overall, but I'm learning him. I'm really learning him and giving that respect to not make them what I would be so much, but learning my dog. That's how they get right. They do. Big babies, yup. Yup. Everybody's saying the same thing. And this is my first doggy, man, so I'm still trying to learn the ropes, you know. Not sure that way until after turning 3 years old, female. Yep. So I do agree too. There's a certain amount of time and maturity that we got that. So you've been letting me know more and more though. You want to be more and more like outside. So I've been letting them out, hanging out. He's got him a nice big old dog house. I'll show y'all where he be chilling at in this tree. I just put a fence around the backyard so now he can just run and play and do him. And he'll knock on the door with his nose when he's ready to come in. And I'll hear it and I love you with it. Yeah. But I'm glad y'all here. And just to segue though, I just wanted to let y'all know the significance of who we are as a race of people, because we have been disenfranchised to them knowing who we are. And the one thing that we did have is as a nomadic people, we were nomadic because we were constantly being ridiculed for our faith. We never had a land to attach ourselves to, which made it difficult. That's why it's so to the point where you're cut off from others who practice and look like you and practice what you believe. It's crazy. They have to get that energy out. You're right. They do. They do. I try my best to let them know. Yeah. So I'm so glad y'all pulled up. You know what I mean? We're gonna get more and more into this Black Jesus and Vladimir Putin stuff. But yeah, man, like I feel like that information is so huge considering how the media in this country portray that man. You say what you want, but ain't nobody promoting Black Jesus. And for people to like not even consider that as being a big deal is sad. But somebody that's not our race consider that huge. But people out because we can't relate, we can't identify for whatever reason. And on top of that, we don't even have nothing of our own to identify with as far as culture. So it's like outside of this country, like within this country, pre-slavery, what history do we have of our role in this country? I literally would like to see what somebody had to tell me about our role in this country or across the world. Pre-slavery, tell me what were we doing around the world before slavery? We don't even have that basic knowledge. Now, mind you, slavery just ended, what, not even 200 years ago, maybe 100 and some years ago, slavery ended. But it was over 400 years of a system ran, colonial system. And it took about that long for us to totally be disconnected since about 1607. It took us that long to totally be disconnected. So from 1607 to 2025 is about how long it could take to destroy a race of people psychologically. Wow, maybe like 400 some years of every type of physical, mental, social construct we can to implement whatever. And we still around and still here. You see, the Jews weren't going about to last. America had to step in. Hitler got rid of 6 million small hats. 6 million people were deleted. And their culture literally hangs that on one event called the Holocaust. '18 says we had our own tribes and communities. Yep. Some of us were already here. Yep. And some were merchants trading just like everyone else. Thank you. Bingo. I'm gonna let that marinate. Cause you got it. That sounds like my stepdad outside trimming my hedges. You remember I told you my mom texted me earlier, asked me did my stepdad do that. I hear him out there now getting it in. Text my mom. Let her know. Let mama know pops outside. Yep, y'all hear it. Okay. So yeah, I feel like we had everything established already here. So that was which was what I was talking about earlier in the Americas. Uh, all South Carolina, the Lost Colony, Roanoke Island in North Carolina, later on Jamestown, Virginia, all of these places pre 1607, you had merchants and tradesmen who already had settled there. And then something happened. 1492 happened, which changed everything. So pre-Columbus, it's a book, America Before Columbus. Yep. America Before Columbus. It's a book. Let me see. Let me show you something right quick.
Hey.
Copyright section 107 disclaimer, man. This is used for entertainment and education purposes only. Okay? Yo, what's up? Cam 86. What it do? What it do? What it do, man? Good to see you, my brother. Just over here, man. Just talking about some things, man. Getting people used to the pretty much, man, letting people know about the black Jews that's all over this world. You know what I mean? Definitely, man. You can, brother. Watch the replay, man. We've been in here getting it in. But we pretty much ended up here talking about melanated people and our roles in this country before Columbus. Hold on, there's my dog. Hey y'all, I'm back. My dog was out there going crazy, man. I swear, the one time I want to go live, y'all don't really go live. All this crazy shit just want to break my groove. But guess what?
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 Tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness.
Stop the lies. Africans discovered America, not Columbus. Before you start crying, shut up and give me 6 seconds to explain. Mali's Emperor Abu Bakr II launched an expedition in the 1300s. 2,000 ships sailing west into the Atlantic. Arab historians recorded it, and crops from Africa like yams and bananas show up in the Americas before Columbus. Abu Bakr didn't vanish. He paved the way. Columbus came 200 years later and got the credit.
Yeah.
Okay, this.
Let me show you something. Does everybody want to talk about the omic heads and stuff like that? No, man. that was in La Venta, Mexico. The South America, Mexico, like that whole area. But I'm talking about black Muslims. You feel me?
What if I told you Columbus wasn't the first outsider to reach the Americas? What if the real story is that Africans, Moors from North Africa and Spain, sailed here hundreds of years before 1492, trading, building, and leaving behind evidence that's been ignored or erased? That single idea flips everything you were taught about discovery. Because if Moors were here first, then the foundation of American history has to be rewritten from the ground up. Let's cut straight into it. By the 8th century, the Moors had already mastered navigation.
All right,
they controlled Spain.
By the 8th century, let's dive into the stages. Let's dive into the stages of slavery, because we do know the transatlantic slave trade wasn't the first form of slavery. You have what you call Arab slavery and what you call Viking slavery. These are our people, okay? So if you don't believe me, check this out. We'll go in order, backwards, okay? So we're gonna go counterclock. I'm gonna teach you about the Vikings and the Viking slave trade first, and then we'll get into the Arab, okay? I know y'all never heard no shit like this. Viking slave trade, check this shit out.
Dad. The Viking rulers would use extensive Vikings have been popularized in mythology as murderous plunderers who rode longboats raiding and pillaging settlements on the Baltic coastline, French coastline, and the British Isles. However, a far less common association, but equally appropriate for the raiding and pillaging Viking, is the Viking slave trader. Slave trading was an integral part of the Viking economy, as one Arabic writer at the time noted. The Viking rulers had no cultivated fields and lived by pillaging. Vikings would not only enslave the local population of the settlements they raided in France, Britain, and Ireland, but also demanded slaves as tribute from the Eastern Slavic communities in Russia and Finnish farming communities. So prolific.
Eastern Slavic community. I've been talking about it all day, the whole life. Eastern Slavic community, Slav, slave, Slav. Huh?
Russia and Finnish farming communities. So prolific was the enslavement of the Slavic people, English speakers derived the word slave from Slavic.
What?
What is that? Destined for rich, vibrant markets, but also demanded slaves as tribute from the Eastern Slavic communities in Russia and Finnish farming communities. So prolific was the enslavement of the Slavic people, English speakers derived the word slave from Slavic. Many of the enslaved were destined for rich, vibrant markets in the Islamic world, such as those in Baghdad. The Viking rulers would use extensive Russian waterways to transport not only their slaves, but other Baltic goods, furs of all kinds, and forest products. Contemporaries noted that the Vikings treated their slaves well and dressed them appropriately, but not out of any humanitarian concerns, rather to make sure that their merchandise wasn't damaged and presentable in order to extract maximum silver from their slaves. Female slaves were also expected to fornicate with their Viking slave masters. Muslim traders took the act of evaluating a slave very seriously. One Persian writer from the 11th century wrote, "Most people imagine that buying slaves is like any other form of trading. In fact, the buying of slaves is a branch of philosophy." The author continued by describing various techniques in evaluating slaves, warning that the yellowing of a slave's complexion can be a sign of hemorrhoids, and suggests a potential buyer to ask a slave to lie flat on the ground. Then the buyer would press on both sides and watch closely for any signs of inflammation or pain. Muslim slave traders also prized slave eunuchs and would castrate many of their Slavic slaves. One Arabic writer wrote, "If you took a Slavic twin and castrated one, He will certainly become more skillful and more lively in intelligence and conversation than his brother.
And these slaves are black. These are black Jews, y'all. These are black Jews. Vikings. The Viking slave trade. I know y'all have no idea what the fuck that was. Okay? Those Slavic people that I was telling you about. Your ass. This is well before the transatlantic slave trade. We talking about some fucking Vikings. This shit been going on for a minute. Come on now. Enslaving Jews been a thing. Look at how black these motherfuckers are. You know these ain't no Vikings. The Vikings, the whitest people on earth. Iceland and shit. Look at these dark ass motherfuckers. Who is that? That's your ass. This is before the transatlantic slave trade, y'all. This is before America. This is well before 1776, y'all. This is in the 7th through 11th dynasty, century. This is the 11th century, y'all. During the 1300s, the 1400s, 1500s. Look at this shit. Blacks. And they're Jewish. There weren't no white Jews. Small head, excuse me. These motherfuckers black as hell, man. Look at this shit. You have your Arabs, okay? You have your Arabs, which are your merchants. But I'm talking about the people dressed in all white. Look at the people dressed in all white, y'all. They got the same head coverings. That's Jewish custom, y'all. Look at the Arabs. You see the Arabs, because you have black Arabs. But look at the all white. Those are your Jews. Those are your slaves. Because after I leave from the Viking slave trade, I'm going to go to the Arabs. The Arab had a slave trade before the Vikings. And both slave trades were pre-transatlantic slave trade, which built this country. Okay?
Who would remain ignorant, foolish, and exhibit the innate simple-mindedness of the Slavs. Castration for Slavic slaves was thought to purify and improve the Slavic mind. However, castration wasn't performed on African slaves, as castration was thought to negatively impact African slaves. It should be noted that during this period, it wasn't just Muslims and Vikings that were engaged in slave trading. Much of Europe was engaged in slave trading. The Venetians were especially adept at buying and selling of slaves. Traversing the Russian waterways was no easy task for the Viking slave traders, as ever-increasing commercial activities from the Russian waterways attracted the attention of nomadic steppe tribes, such as the Pechenegs. The Pechenegs would wait for the Viking flotilla at narrow riverways so they could be attacked from the shore, or they would wait at points where Russian rapids would force the Viking flotilla to disembark. The Viking slave traders did not always have to make the lengthy trip from the Baltic Sea all the way to the southern Islamic world to sell their slaves. Financial intermediaries were available along the Volga and Dnieper River. They would purchase the slaves from the Vikings, who then would sell the slaves onward to the southern Islamic world. Both the Volgo-Bulgars and the Khazars would act as these financial intermediaries.
Boom, the Khazars. These are where your white Jews. This is where your white Jews come from.
And we find it in the Irish.
That's their origin. The Khazars and the Slavics. Those are the origin of the new small hats. Okay. The Khazar imperialistic, kind of like the Soviet Union, what the Soviet Union used to be, the SSR. The whole socialistic, the fascists.
It is the year 800.
The Khazars had their capital, Atil, situated at the mouth of the Volga River on the Caspian Sea, making an ideal middle ground between the northern European Vikings and the Islamic world. The Volgo-Bulgars had their capital city, the Great Bulgar, situated in the middle of the Volga River, allowing the Volgo-Bulgars to extract huge amounts of tolls from the north to south slave trade. Famous cities such as Novgorod and Kiev had humble beginnings as collection points, trading posts, and service stations for this long-distance commerce. But it wasn't just slaves that were being bought and sold at these great markets on the Volga River. The Vikings brought other goods to sell, as one Arab author listed: fur of foxes, beavers, spotted hares, goats, birch barks, hazelnuts, falcons, prepared horse hides, honey, and maple wood, amongst others. The Viking rulers were not only paid in Islamic silver coins, but with other trade goods that the Islamic world exported or re-exported, such as silk. Over 100 silk fragments were recovered from a remarkable ship excavated in Osberg, Norway. Silk could also be found as a prestige burial object in Viking tombs. Trading through the Russian waterways proved financially beneficial for all parties, except of course for the slaves. The Vikings grew fabulously wealthy and would adorn their women with a necklace for every 10,000 Islamic coins or dirhams they've earned, and some women could be seen wearing many of these symbols of wealth. Islamic coins could be found traveling up north. Over 200,000 Islamic coins from this time period have been recovered in northern, central, and eastern Europe. About 45,000 of these Islamic coins were found in Scandinavia, 20,000 on the Pomeranian coast, and 60,000 in Gotland. 1 in 3 Islamic coins that passed through Russia made its way back to the Baltic region to the Viking strongholds. In the 9th and 10th century, Scandinavian countries did not have their own minted currency. Rather, they would simply use their Islamic coins, dirhams, as local currency to conduct everyday commercial transactions. The Scandinavians would also cut the dirhams into pieces to further facilitate commercial activities within their own local communities. As time went on, the north to south slave trade began to dwindle, as the Viking rulers saw it more profitable to extract protection money from the Eastern Slavic communities rather than to enslave and sell them. Originally, the Slavic communities of central and southern Russia were paying tribute to the Khazars, but by the end of the 9th century, the Viking rulers demanded that all tribute payments should go to them and forbade the Slavic communities from paying tribute to the Khazars. The Khazars were growing fabulously wealthy as the go-between for the northern Baltic region and the Islamic world, charging tolls on all shipments that passed through their territory.
Boom! That's all I wanted to do. The Khazars are a nation. Then through the Arab slave trade, check this out.
The Ashkenazi Jews, they are the imposters that the Bible talked about. There was this mass conversion in the 8th century.
That would mean that they're not Semitic.
There's this viral theory claiming that Ashkenazi Jews like Gal Gadot, Bibi Netanyahu, or even your favorite comedians aren't actually descendants from ancient Israelites, but rather they come from this medieval empire called Khazaria.
The Khazarians mass converted to Judaism. These people are not Jewish.
The true Semitic people are Palestinians.
If this is true, it flips history
What?
upside down.
The true Semitic people are Palestinian. What? What?
Erasing the Jewish people's direct link to ancient Israel, exposing Ashkenazi Jews as imposters, and undermining the very basis of Zionism. But here's the thing. The theory is terribly flawed. If the Khazars really converted en masse,
Yeah, right. That means he must be Jewish. Not the right one. You feel me? I got you. And mind you, these are the same Khazars who rule Russia. Okay?
You're saying Russia doesn't care about this conflict as
Russians, Tsar Nicholas might, but his population is fighting
So
it.
then he doesn't have the state capacity to mobilize.
Oh, that's the whole problem with Russia. This is the power of institutions. Japan clearly can mobilize. Boy, is it doing well with the loans and all sorts of things.
Right.
It's using these institutions. Whereas Russia, remember, it doesn't have a legislature. The Tsar doesn't have a cabinet in the sense, he has ministers, but they don't ever show up at his house at the same time to sit around a table. He's just doing them one at a time. And then the Romanov family have lots of first cousins, right? You got everybody's.
There we go.
A second, more popular theory is that the Khazar elite converted to Judaism in an effort to preserve the political independence of the empire from the Christian, Byzantine, and Muslim Arab empires. The goal would have been to keep the balance of power in the region, as the Khazars were geopolitically situated not directly in between the Roman and Arab empires, but were indeed pivotal for the political stability in the region. This theory seems plausible. We can say for certain that indeed Jewish conversion took place within the empire.
Boom.
But how many people actually converted?
You hear that?
Conversion took place within the empire. But how many people actually converted? Did the Jewish faith spread among the common populace, or only affected the ruling elites, the Kagan and the Bek, as well as the members of the royal dynasty? A second, more popular theory.
Oh, yeah. All through Russia. Show you this one more thing on the Khazars. I'm done. You really gotta hunt for this type of information too, man.
If you have a cousin with a YouTube and vocal cords, you've probably heard the theory that the Ashkenazi Jews aren't really Jews at all. They're simply Jewish. But is there any truth to this? I'm Dara Star Tucker, and this is the breakdown. This theory that Ashkenazi Jews are not really of Middle Eastern ancestry, but are descended from an ancient Turkic civilization called the Khazars, who converted to Judaism, has gained popularity with the rise of social media. It's been adopted by all sorts of celebrities and even the Palestinian president, but it's not really new. So where did this theory come from, and is it historically accurate? And why does your cousin love it so much? Now, to be clear, I have no intention of taking you through the complete
Now,
history
mind
of the Jewish
you, Israel, the place where they claim used to be Palestine. They're at war right now, right? Okay. So this is for entertainment and educational purposes only under the Copyright Act. Disclaimer section 107, okay?
In fact, the goal here is not to get too bogged down with the details, so we can focus specifically on this theory and whether or not it has any validity. But I want to give you the bare minimum primer on who and what we're talking about here. It's important to understand that Judaism is an ethno-religion, though it certainly has its converts. Ethnically, Jewish people are made up of two primary denominations, Sephardim and Ashkenazi. Sephardic Jews are descended from the Jews who migrated to the Iberian Peninsula, or modern-day Spain and Portugal, after being exiled from the ancient kingdom of Judah by the Babylonians in 597 BCE, and again by the Romans in 7 BCE. They were then expelled from Spain in 1492 by the Alhambra decree.
Sephardic Jews then landed in the Balkans, southern Europe, and North Africa. The Roman exile of 70 CE also displaced Ashkenazi Jews. They largely landed in the Danube Valley and Rhineland areas, which is modern-day Germany and Austria. Today, Jewish people can be found in every part of the world, and the majority of them are Ashkenazi. But right around the beginning of the 19th century, a small group of scholars began to theorize that Ashkenazi Jews were not really the descendants of the Semitic-speaking people who were exiled from the kingdom of Judah in modern-day Israel all the way back in 70 CE. These writers proposed that the Ashkenazim were, in fact, descended from the Khazarian Empire, a group of semi-nomadic Turkic people made up of various ethnicities that lived in southeastern European Russia, southern Ukraine, Crimea, and Kazakhstan. That was established in the 7th century.
Meanwhile, that's why the wars are significant. The war on Ukraine and the Palestine and Israel war are happening right now simultaneously. It's a religious war, y'all. Russia is attacking the small hats, and Palestine is attacking the small hats. Yeah. Two wars, same common denominator. Yeah, right.
Aryan religion is thought to have been Tengriism, although there were also Jewish, Christian, and Muslim Khazars. The Khazars remained in the Caucasus region from the 7th century.
Caucasus region, what? Caucasian, Caucasus region. Come on now, she cooking. Where does the word Caucasian come from? What region? It's funny, we don't have a region or a land, but Caucasians do. Let's check it out.
Established in the 7th century. The Khazars' primary religion.
Then I say the 7th century. The 7th century is when slave trading started. The Arab slave trade started in the 7th century. From 7th century to the 11th century. From the 11th century to the 15th was the Vikings. Yeah. I'm glad I waited to the end to play her because she rapping all this up for me.
Established in the 7th century. The Khazars' primary religion is thought to have been Tengriism, although there were also Jewish, Christian, and Muslim Khazars. The Khazars remained in the Caucasus region from the 7th century through the 10th century. There were reports that a small portion of the Khazars converted to Rabbinic Judaism in the 8th century, but that can't be substantiated. The Khazar theory posits that when the Khazar Empire fell in the 10th century, there was a huge population of Khazarian Jewish converts that migrated from the Caucasus region to modern-day Eastern and Western Europe. The Khazar theory says that these are the people that we now identify as Ashkenazi Jews, making Ashkenazi Jews not ethnically Middle Eastern Jews by bloodline, but far Eastern European and Western Asian converts to Judaism, thus rendering them ineligible for any right to return to their homeland in Israel. Now, where exactly did this theory come from, and is there any validity to it? Well, historians started to speculate about this in the early 19th century, but one of the primary proponents of this theory was a white supremacist and Semitic scholar named Ernest Renan.
Ooh, white supremacist! Ooh, it's Semitic. Ooh, seems like everything. We heard that again, didn't we? White supremacy. Okay.
And Semitic scholar named Ernest Renan. He claimed that Judaism. Now, where exactly did this theory come from, and is there any validity to it? Well, historians started to speculate about this in the early 19th century, but one of the primary proponents of this theory was a white supremacist and Semitic scholar named Ernest Renan. He was a Frenchman who wrote a hugely popular book in 1863 called Life of Jesus, where he claimed that Jesus was able to purify himself of his Jewish traits and become an Aryan Christian. This was considered scholarly writing at the time. In the same book, he claimed that Judaism was foolish and illogical, and that Christianity was the superior religion. The theory was rooted in eugenics and anti-Semitism, and those things started to fall out of favor by the 1930s when the Nazi Party began using them to justify the genocide of the Jewish people in Europe. After that, the theory was referenced intermittently by scholars, but remained a largely obscure one. Then a man named Arthur Kessler wrote a book called The 13th Tribe in 1976, and the theory picked up a whole new audience. Now it wasn't just something that scholars were talking about. Everyday people were taking the theory and running with it if it suited their purposes.
but it had no more substantiation then than it did in Ernest Renan's day. What had changed was the reason for reiterating this theory. Instead of coming from a white supremacist who was bent on undermining the Jewish faith, this time it was being validated by a Jewish man who thought that if we could prove that most Eastern European Jews, the ancestors of modern-day Ashkenazi, were really ethnically European and not ethnically Jewish, he could get rid of anti-Semitism completely. What Kessler didn't anticipate is that his book would have the opposite effect. He essentially stoked the fires of anti-Semitism by bolstering the idea that Ashkenazi Jews had no claim to Israel, and according to some, were not a legitimate ethnic group at all. Neo-Nazis were even praising it. Kessler admitted that his evidence was scant since very little remains of the Khazar civilization. Much of the research that he referenced has been discredited by respected scholars who are experts in anthropology, etymology, and ancient civilizations. Attempting to substantiate this theory with solid archaeological, genetic, or linguistic evidence is a near impossibility. The Khazars, whose ancient civilization fell over 1,000 years ago, were a multi-ethnic polyglot society, meaning they didn't represent a single ethnicity, and they spoke a variety of languages. And there are no distinct, identifiable descendants of the Khazars. Despite the difficulty of providing any solid proof of this theory, it continues to be promoted by a small group of writers and scholars, most notably Tel Aviv University professor of history Shlomo Sand and Tel Aviv University professor of linguistics Paul Wexler, as well as the geneticist Aaron Al-Haik. But from an anthropological standpoint, the theory doesn't really hold up, even when placed under the most basic scrutiny. Number one, is there archaeological evidence to support the theory? Number two, does linguistic evidence support the theory? And three, is there genetic evidence to support the theory? Societies usually leave behind historical relics, documents, and data that help us to understand who they were and what they valued. Archaeologically, there is very little evidence to support the idea that there was a significant Jewish presence in ancient Khazaria. What we do know is that some Khazarians probably embraced Judaism, just as there were Christians and Muslims in that society, but their primary religion is thought to have been Tengrism. We know that the ruling elite may very well have converted to Judaism, but there is absolutely no evidence to suggest that those conversions were widespread.
Right.
After the fall of Khazaria to the Russians in the 10th century, the next historical record of a Jewish presence in that region is in the 14th century in western Ukraine and Belarus, where Jewish people are referred to frequently. But again, there's absolutely no historical evidence to connect those people to the ancient Khazarians that were conquered centuries before. The linguistic argument doesn't hold up either. Since the 17th century, Yiddish has been the dominant language of all Ashkenazi Jews in Central Europe. This happened because Ashkenazi Jews settled in the Rhineland and Danube Valley territories, modern-day Germany and Austria. Now, there are very few written records of any Khazaric languages that exist in the modern era. We can only deduce that their language might closely relate to other languages native to Turkic regions. Very few linguists would support the argument that Yiddish contains much influence from languages spoken in the Turkic region where Khazars would have resided. Yiddish is a vernacular language based primarily on High German, fused with influences from the Hebrew language, Aramaic, Slavic languages, and even some traces of Romantic languages. But even the most cursory analysis of German and Yiddish would make it clear that they are in fact sister tongues. Any argument that Yiddish is more Turkic than German could probably be applied to a vast array of languages. Yiddish, the dominant language spoken by most Ashkenazi Jews, has no etymological relationship to any language currently spoken in the Khazar region. But the field of onomastics gives us some of the strongest evidence that there is little to no connection between the Rhineland and Danube Valley Ashkenazi Jews and the ancient Khazar civilization. Onomastics is the study of proper names. In these Jewish communities living in Eastern Europe that were supposedly the descendants of the Khazars, a Turkic people, there are absolutely no Turkic names recorded over the last 6 centuries, either first names or surnames. You'll find names that reference the complex history of the Yiddish language, Germanic names, Aramaic names, Polish names, even a few Greek, French, and Slavic names, but no Turkic names, none, because that is not their culture. It never was. And finally, are there genetic ties between Ashkenazi Jews and the ancient Khazars? Well, the first issue with trying to prove this theory genetically is that there are no obvious descendants of the Khazars. Let's remember that the Khazars, whose kingdom was vanquished by the Russian Empire over 1,000 years ago, were a Turkic people who resided in the northern Caucasus region. But recently, a scientist named Aaron Al-Haik attempted to prove the Khazar connection by showing that there was a genetic tie with today's Ashkenazi Jews and ancient Khazars.
That's white people. And I'm down there. Caucasians, Caucasus Mountains. The Turks. in the Khazars. They have no lineage to the Middle East, but yet they have a country called Israel and smacked it, put a big sticker right on top of Palestine. Say, fuck you, Palestine. Yep. How y'all doing, man? Happy hump day. Happy Wednesday. Glad you're here. I went kind of hard today. Not really. Cause usually, shit, I'll be up here some hours, y'all. Y'all know how I get. But it was just so good to get back in the groove of things. And holler at y'all, man. It's been a minute. Like I said, I'll put little music content stuff in what I'm doing, but it's been a while since we actually like built. From the Black Couch, what's good, bro? Listen, what's good, man? It's good to see you, my brother. It's good to see you, man. Hey, man, we went in today, man. If I was you, bro, I don't know how long you've been listening, but we went in. We went in today. Pretty much, just to bring it all home. All of this started. It wasn't my fault. This came across my timeline, and I went in. I'm gonna show you. I don't know if you've seen this yet. From the Black Couch.
I feel really blessed to be able to sit here with you today and just take accountability. I was dealing with some various issues, dealing with bipolar also. So it would take the ideas I had and have me take them to an extreme where I would forget about the protection of the people around me or and myself. So I wanted to come and take accountability. Sometimes people aren't that knowledgeable about the bipolar and the cause or what causes it and the way you act when you have this disease. So it's like if you left the house and you left your kid at the house and your kid went and messed up the kitchen and messed up the garage and messed up the living room, and when you get back, it's your responsibility because that's your child. And that's the way I look at it. It's like I gotta go clean up the kitchen, I gotta clean up the living room, I gotta clean up the garage. Yeah, and it's a big deal for me as a man to come and take accountability for all the things that I've said, and I really just appreciate you.
This shit fucked up.
You were open arms and allowed me to make amends. And this is the beginning of the first steps and the first brick by brick to build back the strong walls.
The Judaism. To do the Judaism brought to the world a way for someone when he regret about something that he has done wrong. And the Jews live on this way of if someone did something wrong, you can regret and fix it. And the rabbi is hugging you, hugging everybody. And from now on, doing strong things and good things. Only good. Amen. Nice. Yeah, good.
Wow. We all know where you gotta go.
I feel really blessed to be able to sit here.
We all know where you gotta go. Set this shit up.
Ebro in the morning with Laura Stiles and Rosenberg.
Issues dealing with bipolar also. So it would take the ideas I had and have them taken them to an extreme where I would forget about the protection of people around me and myself. So I wanted to come and take accountability. Sometimes with, people aren't that knowledgeable about the bipolar and the cause or what causes it and the way you act when you have this disease. It's like if you left the house and you left your kid at the house and your kid went and messed up the kitchen and messed up the garage and messed up the living room. And when you get back, it's your responsibility because that's your child. And that's the way I look at it. It's like, I gotta go clean up the kitchen, I gotta clean up the living room, I gotta clean up the garage. It's a big deal for me as a man to come and take accountability for all the things that I've said. And I really just appreciate you embracing me with open arms and allowing me to make amends. And this is the beginning and the first steps and the first.
All right.
We got enough.
I can tell you what the rabbi also said back to Kanye.
I don't, me and Bell, no disrespect. It's only your second day. Me and Bell, it's only your second day. No disrespect. I don't want to hear what the rabbi had to say.
Okay.
I feel really blessed to be here.
And not only that, check this shit out. Check this shit out. This your favorite rapper. What's your favorite rapper? Check this out. Hey y'all, I'm back. Play y'all this video. Play y'all this video. Now y'all check out Young Thug meeting the rabbi. They play some music in the back, so you really can't really hear what they talking about. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying. See, it's like every one of them I play, they got like music. I want to hear. I heard Kanye West bullshit. Oh man, they keep playing music. Damn, bro. They won't let you hear it. See what my man got to say.
Shout out to the real man. As a black man, you know what I'm saying? I'm be embarrassed to do some shit like this. When I look at shit like this, it reminds me of a black man on their knees begging for a career. And I thought, like, Young Thug was 2 million up, man. Fuck all this shit. Fuck all that shit. But here he is, on his knees, praying to the white man. And I just don't get it. First Kanye, now this. They go see them people when the bread get low, when them tickets ain't selling. Nobody copying them albums. You know what I'm saying? This is sad shit. This is our people. This is our black people. This is what they do. This is how they got us, man. Look at this nigga, man. This is sad, my nigga. Tough ass Young Thug over here on his knees praying to the white man. What the fuck is he supposed to do for you, man? I thought we supposed to pray to God.
Hey, bro. Tell him. And it's crazy because you can't even really hear. You can't even really hear that shit, bro. I want to hear what he was saying to him.
Young Thug seeks blessing from Rabbi Pinto. A powerful and inspirational encounter, Young Thug came to receive a blessing and guidance. Listen, y'all, this is nasty fucking work, man. And somebody explain to me, is this nigga God or is this nigga Jesus over here? Because why the fuck do all these celebrities keep going to this nigga?
Right.
Seeking a blessing. If you want to seek a blessing, open up the fucking Bible or go to church, nigga. You're not going to this rabbi named Pinto thinking that he's going to bless you with prosperity and come on, get the fuck out of here. This is the Illuminati. This is the same.
Crazy. Oh, yeah, see, that's the Illuminati. Illuminati.
Same nigga that Kanye just went to and apologized for his anti-Semitic remarks, and now Kanye could all of a sudden he got a career back. So this is the Illuminati. I don't know if you're seeking a blessing or you're seeking an opportunity, Young Thug. This is nasty work, man. I ain't gonna lie. I see this a trend. This is a trend right here where people going to see this guy. Is he Jesus? Y'all? Let me know. Is he God? Is this God? Is Jesus back? Am I missing something? Somebody let me know, man. Because if this is God, I need to go holler at him too. I need some blessings too, man. Nasty fucking shit. Young Thug seeks blessings from Rabbi.
I'm trying to. We're gonna figure out before we leave. We're gonna figure out who Rabbi Pinto. And then I won't hold you. But I need to know who the hell is Rabbi Pinto. He got the juice. Shit, Rabbi Pinto. Billionaire Jay Strauchenstein, whatever. He your boy. Yeah. Who that? Yeah. Mm-hmm. They acting like this nigga Louis Farrakhan. You know what I'm saying? But check this shit out.
One of Israel's best-known rabbis has been sentenced to a year in jail for attempting to bribe the head of the National Fraud Squad. Yoshimahu Yosef Pinto was also fined some $260,000. $165,000. Rabbi Pinto had offered cash in return for classified information on a police probe into one of his charities. The rabbi, believed to be one of Israel's wealthiest, has a large following among celebrities and business people in the U.S. He is a great-grandson of a famous Moroccan mystical rabbi, Israel Abba Katsa, also known as the Baba Sali.
So this nigga the grandson of a mystic. And the next slide, we'll talk about exactly who are the mystics and all that shit. We'll get into it. We're gonna get into it. Check this shit out. Man, I appreciate y'all for being here. I really do. I really do. Y'all cool people. But I'm really just anxious to know who is it, dude. For real, okay, he rich. But, you know, who is it? Look, man, you got motherfucking leaders from Iraq. Look at this shit.
I feel really blessed to be able to sit here with you today and take accountability. I was dealing with some serious issues, bipolar also.
Oh, that's
so
Kanye West.
The idea.
This AI, man, they need to stop. My fault. Hold on.
I see from this is that anybody can go and seek accountability for the things that they've done, but it's the continual action of your repentance that really makes a difference. Prescribed nitrous gas to Kanye West, and there were some pieces of evidence that Maya Lowe included in this claim. But basically, he was overprescribing nitrous gas. He was enabling a form of addiction, and it there was some contextual evidence that suggested that he was in fact addicted. So I'm not quite sure how.
So everybody's saying now that Kanye West, he was under the influence for the things and shit he said. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. So I'm gonna leave with this. Like, I feel like, okay, why as a celebrity that you have to go to somebody of faith to make sure that things that you set in place don't go bad? Like, what is that? So I'm gonna play this last piece, man, with the small hats and this thing where you gotta be accountable. The celebrities gotta be accountable to small hats. I don't understand that. And how we've been disenfranchised from our religion and who we really are, which is crazy. And what's crazy, you put an agency like the Black Hebrew Israelites in place, really throw us off. That's crazy.
When you hear the words Jewish family and owning or ultra-wealthy financiers, what comes to your mind? The Rothschilds, right? Those keywords tie in perfectly with the legendary Ashkenazi Jew family. But when you add America to this description, it becomes a bit complicated. Because while the Rothschilds have had a lot of influence on the world at large, they were mainly situated in Europe at the peak of their power. So, in today's video, Not only will I be telling you about another Ashkenazi Jew ultra-wealthy family that owns the finance space in America, but I'll also be telling you about other Jewish families in America that have managed to exert so much influence over the lives of you and I over several generations. Goldman Sachs family. In 19th century Bavaria, amidst the lush landscapes and quaint villages, a story of ambition, friendship, and financial prowess took shape. It all began with a man named Marcus Goldman, whose journey ultimately led to the birth of a financial dynasty that shaped the very fabric of America's economy. Young Marcus Goldman was born into an Ashkenazi Jewish family on December 9th, 1821, in Trappstadt. His father, Wolf Goldman, was a humble farmer and cattle dealer. The Goldmans were hard-working, but they dreamed of something more. As the winds of change swept through Europe during the revolutions of 1848, Marcus Goldman made a daring decision. He decided to cross the vast Atlantic and embark on the treacherous journey to America, the land of opportunity. Upon his arrival in America, Marcus Goldman's name was transformed into its Americanized version. He started as a peddler, navigating the bustling streets with a horse-drawn cart. It was a humble beginning for a man with grand aspirations, but he was determined to carve out his own path.
So let's think about it. He's from Bulgaria, but his last name is Goldman. His new American name. Gee, I wonder how did that happen? How can you come on here as an immigrant and just be getting started a new life? Yeah, that's how it was back then. This country is made up of nothing but immigrants. And I'll leave it at. So we won't get into, you know, the whole banking system and the certain families that run it, as well as the industry. We know what it is, and we know exactly why certain celebrities got to save face and apologize to play in the game still, so to speak. So this has been a pleasure. I'm trying to hold out to the 5-hour mark. I feel like once we could do that, we can, you know what I mean, see what else we got going on. But I appreciate y'all. I really, really do. This was fun. It's been a long time. And I'm just happy. Cree, thank you so much for pulling up, man. You're such a sweetheart, Cree. From the Black Couch, brother. Thank you. My man right here. I appreciate you too. I don't know if you're a small head, but I appreciate you, brother. DM Resic. I don't know. Thank you. Living Live TV. Thank you. What live and let. What live and let live. Okay, live and let live. Okay. I can't read them. So thank you for pulling up. Yo, Cams, appreciate you. You know, man, it's been a while. 18, so good to see y'all. Thank you, 18. Who else pulled up? Cree pulled up. 18 pulled up. Cam pulled up. Live and let live pulled up. Captain J, what's up, man? Okay, he was a troll. He might have been a small head troll too. Cause I be wanting him to stick around, bro. Show me, break it down. You know what I mean? Yep, I do know that's 18. Yep. This is very sweet, Cree. Very, very sweet for pulling up, man. Very sweet of you. Thank you, Cree. I appreciate that, man. I really didn't have a mindset like if you go check out some labs that I did like this where I built them motherfuckers in 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 hours straight from planetary alignments to conspiracy dealing with the government, UFOs, UFA, like religion, current events, what's going on with the world. Man, I got some shit. So I think September 25th was the last time I kind of sat down with the family and built. So yeah, man, I felt like it was long enough. So thank you, Creed. That means a lot. Great lesson. Thank you. So shouts out to everybody who pulled up in the chat and who watched in the bushes. Thank you very much. And this has definitely motivated me to do more of these. So on that note, man, I am out. Make sure you keep God first. And I'm really just trying to babble to, like I said, that 5 o'clock mark. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But I think 5 hours is pretty darn good. Well, you know, how long it's been since I did this. Absolutely. Next time, for sure, 18 and Free. I forgot about you can invite people. So I would love for y'all. I'm going to invite y'all literally the next time I go live. So if you guys can grace me with your presence to join the panel next time I go live, I appreciate it. You know what I mean? I really do. And make sure you support my girl Cree. I think you Cree go to live on Wednesdays, right? I'll definitely be over there showing support. It's part of the Creek crew. And so yeah, man. 2 minutes in. We're gonna make it do what it do. Yeah, buddy. Okay. You know I'm coming over there, girl. Coming right over there. Get me something to eat. Chill. And I guess what? Decompress. Cause I went in on small hats today. Man, seeing Kanye West and LeBron James and Young Thug, everybody kneeling at this dude. I'm like, man, what's going on? And who is this dude? So it just turned into a wormhole. Just going through stuff. You know what I mean? The actual Jews, the Black Pope, and the Jesuits. The actual authenticity of Jews and the classifications. You know what I mean? We dove into the Bible. We went in. Yes, darling, they got deep. I get carried away sometimes. My bad. But we need credible evidence, and we need to take a look at the data. Cannot ignore it. You know what I mean? So sometimes it's extensive because of how much they've kept from us. So somebody got to do it. Anyway, I love y'all very much. Cree, I'll holler at you later. Everybody that supported in the chat, thank you so much. And yeah, man, next time let's try to get a panel going. And, let's see what can we talk about. So on that note, man, I love each and every one of y'all. God bless y'all. And I'm out. It's been a while, y'all. Okay. All right, I'm out. before I go though, before I go, I just want to thank everybody again for pulling up. And if you are just now pulling up, I really, really strongly urge you watch the replay. Watch the replay, and I hope you get something out of it. I'm gonna go get me something to eat. Hope y'all ate or go get something to eat. Have a good evening. I'm out.